You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I found a voice recorder in the woods playing my future screams. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that felt wrong was the clicking. Not a branch. Not an animal stepping through dry leaves. Not the far-off tick of somebody's hiking poles on stone. Click. Pause. Click, click. It came from somewhere low in the ferns beside the trail, mechanical and stubborn, like an old pen being opened and shut by someone who wanted attention, but didn't want to speak first. The sound was so ordinary that none of us stopped right away. We were 2 miles into the woods, sweating through our shirts, already annoyed with the mosquitoes, and ordinary sounds had started to blend together. Boot grit, pack straps creaking, water sloshing in bottles, a woodpecker knocking somewhere up the slope like a carpenter late on rent. Then the clicking stopped, and a voice recorder began to play. My name is Evan Hale. I'm 29 male, and at the time I was living in Eugene, Oregon, in a 1-bedroom apartment above a bakery that made my clothes smell faintly like yeast no matter how often I washed them. I worked remote tech support for a payroll software company, which sounds more stable than it felt. Most days I talked strangers through problems they had already decided were my fault. Password resets, missing tax forms, managers who thought the cloud meant the weather could break their spreadsheets. That weekend, I had gone into the Willamette National Forest because my sister said I needed to touch moss and stop looking like a hostage in my own apartment. She wasn't wrong. I had been sleeping badly for months. Not horror movie badly, real badly. Waking up at 3:12 or 4:06 with my jaw sore from clenching. Scrolling through emails I didn't need to answer yet, rehearsing conversations that had already gone poorly. I was the kind of person who checked a door lock 3 times and still imagined the one time I didn't. I didn't call it anxiety because that made it sound official, and official things required appointments and copies and admitting out loud that my brain had become a defective smoke alarm. So I said yes to a hike. It was supposed to be simple. Saturday morning, Blue Pool Trail near Mackenzie Bridge, out and back, pictures at the water, sandwiches, drive home before dark. The trail was busy enough at first that it felt almost social. Families with trekking poles, couples with dogs, a guy in a University of Oregon cap jogging past us with the stiff, serious face of someone punishing himself for breakfast. The river kept appearing and disappearing through the trees, pale green and fast over black volcanic rock. Everywhere smelled damp and sharp. Cedar, mud, sun-warmed dust, and that mineral smell rivers have when they've been cold for a long time. With me were my sister, her boyfriend, and an old friend from college who had recently moved back to Oregon. Mia Hale, 32, female, was my older sister and had the calm, bossy competence of someone who could assemble a tent in rain while arguing with an insurance company on speakerphone. She worked as an elementary school counselor in Springfield, which meant she could detect a lie, a panic attack, or a bad snack choice from across a parking lot. Ryan Kessler, 34, male, was Mia's boyfriend, a firefighter from Albany with a shaved head, a square jaw, and a permanent squint from looking at smoke and sun. He wasn't loud, which made him seem more capable than most loud men. Jonah Price, 29, male, was my friend from college, originally from Boise, but living in Bend now. A freelance audio tech who recorded podcasts, wedding speeches, and once, according to him, a very tense deposition involving alpacas. He had brought a small field mic clipped to his backpack strap because Jonah could not enter nature without trying to capture it in stereo. "Listen to that," Jonah said earlier, holding up one finger. We all stopped. I heard water, wind in needles, even doing something unpleasant with its throat. "What?" I asked. "Exactly," he said. "No highway." Mia rolled her eyes. That was almost a thought. "No, seriously, you don't know how rare it is to get clean ambience now." Ryan adjusted the strap on his day pack. "You're recording us breathing hard and Evan complaining." "I haven't complained," I said. "You complained about your left sock," Mia said. "It was bunching. You used the word betrayal. That sock knew what it was doing. It was easy then." That was the thing I kept coming back to later. How easy it had been before the recorder. How normal all four of us sounded, moving through dappled light, letting small jokes carry us over roots and rocks. Mia kept stopping to point out plants she had learned from one of her students' parents: vanilla leaf, Oregon grape, sword fern. Ryan walked at the back, without saying he was watching our footing. Jonah drifted ahead and behind, chasing sound like a dog chasing scent. I tried to enjoy it. I really did. But my private fear, the one I didn't bring up because I was tired of being the fragile one in the room, kept walking beside me. It had started after a car accident the year before. Nothing dramatic enough to justify how badly it stayed with me. A truck ran a red light on Coburg Road and clipped the front of my Civic. Airbag dust. A cracked rib. 3 weeks of sleeping upright. The other driver was fine. I was fine. That was what everyone said. But afterward, any sudden sound did something to my body before my brain got a vote. A dropped pan. A horn. Mia laughing behind me when I didn't know she was there. My heart would slam once, hard, like it was trying to get out ahead of me. So in the woods, every snapped twig turned into a small argument with myself. Animal, branch, person, nothing, keep walking. By late morning, the crowds had thinned. We had taken a side spur by mistake, or maybe not by mistake exactly. Jonah saw a narrower path peeling right through some vine maple and said there might be a creek crossing with better sound. Ryan checked the map on his phone, frowned at the weak service, and said it rejoined the main trail if we didn't wander too far. Mia gave me the look that meant she was asking without asking. "You okay adding a little?" she said. I shrugged. "As long as there's lunch at the end." That's the wilderness spirit. The side trail was softer underfoot, less maintained. Ferns brushed our calves. Spiderwebs caught across my forearms with a wet threadiness that made me wipe at my skin too hard. The river noise dropped behind us, replaced by smaller sounds. Flies tapping leaves, a squirrel scolding us from somewhere invisible, the dry rasp of Ryan's pack against his shirt. About 10 minutes in, Jonah stopped so suddenly Mia nearly bumped into him. He lifted his hand again. This time, nobody joked. The clicking came from the brush to our left. Click. A pause long enough for us to look at each other. Click, click. Ryan moved first, because of course he did. He stepped off the trail and eased a fern aside with one boot. Could be someone's gear, he said. Don't touch it if it's gross, Mia said. He gave her a look. I'm serious. People are gross outdoors. Jonah crouched beside him, already interested. That's not a phone. What is it? I asked, staying on the trail. Ryan reached down, then stopped before his fingers made contact. He leaned closer. Recorder. Jonah made a small, delighted noise. No way. It sat half hidden under the fern fronds, resting on a flat patch of moss as if somebody had placed it there carefully and then changed their mind. A cheap digital voice recorder, dark gray plastic, about the length of a candy bar. Mud clung to one corner, but the little red indicator light blinked steadily. Click. The speaker crackled. All of us froze with our bodies angled toward it. A woman's voice came out first, thin and distorted. Not funny, Evan. My sister looked at me. I stared at the recorder. Static fizzed underneath the words, broken by little bumps of handling noise. Then a sharper sound, close to the mic. Breath. Someone breathing too fast. Jonah whispered, Did it just say SHH? Ryan said. The recorder hissed. Then my own voice came through. Not clean, not perfect. Tinny, compressed, warped by the tiny speaker. But mine. Turn it off. Mia, turn it off. Nobody moved. The woods seemed to keep going around us in an embarrassingly normal way. A fly landed on my wrist. A bird called twice from the canopy. Somewhere behind us, a branch shifted and dropped water onto leaves, pattering like fingers on a tabletop. On the recorder, Mia's voice said, Evan, breathe. Look at me. It sounded like her, not just the words, the shape of her worry. That controlled softness she used with kids at school, and with me when she was pretending not to use it. I said, That's not possible. Jonah's face had lost its curious shine. He looked at the recorder like it had grown teeth. Ryan said, Could be someone messing with hikers. With our names, Mia asked. The recorder clicked again. The audio dipped, then rose. A scraping sound filled the little speaker. Rock on rock, maybe, or a boot slipping. Then a male voice I didn't recognize shouted something too garbled to understand. Then came a scream. Mine. I knew that before I had time to deny it. It wasn't a movie scream. It was ugly and breathless, cut off in the middle, as if someone had knocked the air out of me. I hated it instantly. Hated hearing my voice reduced to pain. Hated how my knees loosened. Hated how my body accepted the sound before my mind could reject it. Mia grabbed my arm. Turn it off, I said. My voice on the recorder said something at the same time. Turn it off. The two versions of me overlapped, one standing there with sweat under his backpack straps, one trapped inside cheap plastic and static. Jonah swore under his breath. Ryan reached down and pressed a button. The recorder stopped. For a second, none of us spoke. The absence of that tiny speaker made the forest feel too detailed. The tick of cooling metal from someone's water bottle. My own breath snagging in my nose. Mia's fingers tight around my sleeve. Ryan picked up the recorder with the corner of his bandana, careful not to smear it more than it already was. "That was edited," he said. He said it like a person laying down planks over deep water. Jonah nodded too fast. "Yeah, absolutely. That's doable. Anyone can fake that now. Pull clips from videos, social media, whatever." "I don't post videos of myself screaming in the woods," I said. "No," Jonah said, then swallowed. "I know." Mia let go of my arm, but stayed close. "And look at me." "I'm looking." "You're not. You're staring at the recorder. Because it had my name in it. Because it had her voice in it. Because somewhere in that filthy little device was a version of us that sounded later than now." Ryan turned it in his bandana. "There's a label." He angled it toward us. A strip of white medical tape had been stuck to the back, the edges dirty and curling. Written on it in black marker were 4 words. "Play NEAR the bridge." Below that, in smaller writing, was a time. 1:17 p.m. Jonah checked his watch. It was 12:46. "Okay," Mia said. "No, we're going back." She said it with the clean authority of a person who had already chosen the safest answer. I wanted to agree. Every reasonable part of me did. We had found something disturbing on a side trail. It mentioned us by name. It might have been a prank. It might have been a threat. Either way, you didn't keep walking toward the instruction written on the creepy object. You turned around, got to the main trail, found service, called the Lane County Sheriff's Office, or the ranger station, or literally anyone with a desk and a radio. But there was another part of me, the damaged smoke alarm part, that had become very good at imagining consequences. It started producing them immediately. What if somebody was ahead of us? What if the recorder had been left for us because someone had already seen us? What if going back meant turning our backs on whoever planted it? What if the bridge was close and the answer was there, and leaving meant spending the rest of my life hearing that scream whenever a microwave beeped? Ryan had the same conflict on his face, though his came dressed as responsibility instead of panic. "We should get to service," he said, "but we also need to think. If someone's hurt near the bridge," Mia snapped. That did not sound like someone asking for help. "No, but if this is tied to a person, a missing hiker, anything." It said Evan's name. I heard it. Jonah had taken out his phone and was holding it up like an offering to the trees. "No bars, of course." "What about the recorder?" I asked. They all looked at me. My mouth had gone dry. "Can you see when it was recorded?" Jonah hesitated. "Maybe, depends on the model. If it stores files with timestamps." "Check." Mia turned on me. "Evan, I'm not saying we go to the bridge. You are saying the sentence that comes before that. I'm saying we check the file." Jonah looked between us. His fingers twitched toward the recorder, then away. "I can look without playing it out loud." Ryan handed it to him in the bandana. Jonah pressed buttons with the caution of someone handling a mousetrap. The tiny screen lit up, scratched and cloudy. He squinted. "There are multiple files," he said. "Newest one is today." "What time?" Ryan asked. Jonah didn't answer right away. "Jonah," Mia said. He turned the screen toward us. The file was marked 1:17 p.m., a timestamp from 31 minutes in the future. For a moment, my thoughts went oddly practical. Cheap electronics could be wrong. Time settings could be changed. Someone could set a recorder to any date, any hour. It didn't prove anything. It didn't prove anything, but the label said the same time. A breeze moved through the trees, and the ferns beside the trail shivered all at once, flashing their pale undersides. The smell of wet earth lifted around us. Somewhere downhill, water moved over stone with a steady, indifferent rush. Mia said, "We are leaving." Ryan said, "We go back together. No one separates." Jonah nodded. "Yep, great, good plan." I looked down the trail. It narrowed between two old Douglas firs and bent out of sight. Past that bend, somewhere, was a bridge we had not reached yet. Maybe a little footbridge over a creek. Maybe nothing. Maybe the place someone wanted us to be at 117. Behind us was the way we came. If answer, the adult answer. Then the recorder clicked in Jonah's hand. He flinched so hard he nearly dropped it. The screen had changed. A new file appeared at the top of the list. No one had pressed record. No one had touched anything. The file name was plain, automatic, emotionless. Rec 117 be the duration showed 4 seconds. Jonah stared at it. That wasn't there. "Turn it off," Mia said. I didn't turn it off. He pressed the power button, held it. The little screen stayed lit. Ryan stepped closer. "Remove the batteries." "There's a screw compartment," Jonah said, voice thin. "I need a small Phillips." I laughed once, not because anything was funny, but because my brain had found a detail so stupid it had to let air out somewhere. "Of course it needs a screwdriver." Mia grabbed my wrist. "Evan, we're walking." The recorder sat in Jonah's palm, its red light blinking through the gap in his fingers. Ahead, from beyond the bend, came a sound. Not a scream. Not yet. Single metallic clank, like a loose chain shifting against wood. Ryan turned toward it. Mia pulled me backward. Jonah whispered, "There's probably a bridge." The choice settled around us, ugly and simple. Go back the way we came and hope whoever made the recording wasn't already behind us. Go forward, toward the bridge, toward the time written on the tape, and maybe find out whether this was a prank, a warning, or the beginning of something that already knew our voices. I looked at my watch. 12:49. 28 minutes. Mia's grip tightened. "Evan," she said, "choose." And for once, nobody else spoke for me. We chose wrong. I know that now, with a kind of useless certainty that only comes after consequences have already done their work. At the time, it didn't feel like choosing wrong. It felt like choosing between two ways of being stupid. Back meant safety, maybe. Back also meant turning around with that little recorder still blinking in Jonah's hand, with the side trail narrowing behind us, with whoever planted it possibly watching from somewhere close enough to hear us argue. Forward meant doing exactly what the label wanted. Play NEAR the bridge. 1:17 p.m. The adult thing was to leave. The honest thing was that none of us trusted the woods behind us anymore. 5 minutes, Ryan said finally. Mia stared at him. No. Go just far enough to see the bridge. We don't cross it. We don't split up. We don't play anything. If there's a person hurt, we assess from a distance. If there's anything off, we turn around. That is not a plan, Mia said. That is how people in news articles become a paragraph. Ryan's jaw tightened. He had the look he got when he was trying not to sound like he was giving orders. If someone staged this and wanted us scared, turning around blind might be exactly what they expect. And walking toward the creepy instruction is better. Jonah had the recorder pinched between both hands, not touching it more than he had to. I hate that I'm saying this, but Ryan has a point. If the bridge is right there, we can at least see what we're dealing with. Mia looked at me then. Not Ryan, not Jonah, me. Because I had been the one named on the recording. Because my voice had come out of that speaker, broken open and begging. Because whatever private machinery in my head had been humming, since the accident was now running hot enough to smell smoke. I don't want to go back with someone behind us, I said. It came out small. Mia's face changed, not soft exactly, but hurt. Evan, I know how that sounds. No, you don't. You think fear is a compass. That landed harder than she meant it to. I pulled my wrist gently out of her hand. And you think telling me to breathe fixes everything. The second I said it, I wanted the words back. Mia blinked once. Ryan looked at the ground. Jonah pretended to examine the recorder screen. The woods held the silence for us. Wind moved through high branches, making a low, brushy rush overhead. A mosquito whined near my ear, vanished, then came back with the persistence of bad news. 5 minutes, Mia said, but her voice had gone flat. Then we turn around. No matter what, Ryan nodded. No matter what. That was how we walked toward the bridge. Single file, because the trail made us. Ryan went first, then Mia, then me, then Jonah. I hated having Jonah behind me with the recorder. I hated the soft scuff of his boots. I hated that every few steps the plastic casing clicked faintly against something in his palm, a tiny sound almost swallowed by ferns. Can you power it down yet? I asked without turning. I'm trying not to mess with it, Jonah said. If this becomes evidence, we should preserve it. Evidence of what? Someone threatening us, maybe. Great, very comforting. Ryan raised one hand. We stopped. The metallic clank came again. Closer now. Not loud, just distinct. Metal touching metal, then wood creaking under shifting weight. Ryan crouched slightly and moved forward until the trail bent around the 2 firs. He looked for 3 seconds, then motioned us up. The bridge was real. It crossed a narrow ravine where a creek cut through black rock 15 or 20 feet below. Not a big bridge, more like a Forest Service footbridge. Weathered planks, waist-high railings, chicken wire stapled along one side where boards had probably rotted out years before. The creek below ran fast and white over stones, noisy enough that it could hide footsteps if you weren't listening for them. A chain hung across the near side. That was the clanking. One end had been looped around the left post. The other was loose, swinging slightly, tapping the railing whenever the breeze moved. A laminated sign was zip tied to the chain. Trail closed, bridge unsafe, use main route, the words should have reassured me. Official sign, ordinary hazard. A closed bridge in a wet forest was not the hand of fate. It was maintenance. Except the sign was too clean. No dirt on the lamination. No green algae along the zip ties. The black letters looked freshly printed, sharp-edged and office perfect, like someone had made it at home that morning. Ryan noticed too. He stepped closer, but didn't touch it. That sign's new, he said. Maybe the closure is new, Jonah said. Mia looked at the bridge. Then we definitely don't cross. I'm not crossing, Ryan said. He took out his phone, held it up, turned in a slow circle. Nothing. I checked mine too. One bar flickered, disappeared, returned as a lie, then vanished again. Try 911 anyway, Mia said. Ryan did. We all watched his screen like it might become a door. Call failed. He tried again. Call failed. He exhaled through his nose. No service. Can emergency texts go through? Jonah asked. Sometimes. Ryan typed quickly. Possible threat on side trail near Blue Pool / Mackenzie Bridge. 4 hikers. Found recorder with threats. Need assistance. Approx near closed footbridge off trail. He pressed send. The progress bar crawled, stalled, then sat there. Not sent. Keep it queued, Mia said. When we get service, it'll go. That was the first concrete problem, though we didn't understand the shape of it yet. We had a possible threat, no working service, a suspicious closure, and a device apparently staged to pull us toward a specific place at a specific time. The safe next step was still to go back. Then Jonah said, "Guys." He was looking down at the recorder. The red light had stopped blinking. For half a second, that felt like relief. Then the speaker crackled. Mia said, "No." Jonah's thumb hovered over the buttons. "I'm not touching it." A burst of static came out, louder than before, and all 4 of us flinched in different directions. Then Ryan's voice came through the speaker. "Don't put weight on the middle boards." The recording cut. The bridge creaked in the wind. Ryan's face went still. Jonah whispered, "That's your voice." "I know my voice," Ryan said. Mia backed away from the chain. "Okay, we are done. We are going back now." I agreed, fully, completely. Then I saw the backpack. It was on the far side of the bridge, tucked partly behind a cedar stump. Blue nylon. One strap twisted. A silver water bottle in the mesh pocket, catching a dull flash of light. At first, my brain tried to make it into trash, something abandoned weeks ago. A day hiker's lost pack, but the bottle was clean, and a granola wrapper sat beside it, bright orange and barely damp. Ryan saw it too. "Damn it," he said. Mia followed his gaze. "No, there may be someone on the other side. Or that's bait, could be both." Jonah lifted his phone and zoomed with the camera. "There's something on it." He showed us the screen, a strip of white medical tape on the backpack's front pocket. Same tape as the recorder, black marker, MIA hail. Mia stopped breathing for one beat, not dramatically. Her shoulders just locked, and her mouth opened a little as if she had forgotten what she'd meant to say. Ryan's voice went low. "Mia, stay back." She laughed once, sharp and humorless. "Oh, now we're staying back." I wanted to say something useful. Nothing came. My sister's name was on a backpack across a closed bridge in a forest where a recorder had just played our voices. The danger should have become clearer then, but it got muddier instead. A prank could do this. A cruel one. Someone could have looked us up, followed us from the trailhead, printed names from social media, planted props. Jonah had posted a photo of us at the trailhead on his story before we lost service. I remembered him raising his phone, saying, "Proof we're alive before cardio ruins us." He'd tagged the location. Maybe tagged us. I hadn't checked. "Jonah," I said, "did you post us?" His face changed. Mia turned slowly. "What? At the trailhead," I said. "Did you tag us?" "It was just Instagram," he said, which was both an answer and not one. Mia stared at him. "With our names. Not full names, handles, maybe Evans. I don't, maybe." I didn't think. No, you didn't. Jonah flushed. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was going to be a psycho scavenger hunt. Ryan held up a hand. Stop. Blame later. That was Ryan's flaw, though I didn't see it that clearly then. He could not walk away from a possible victim. His training had carved that into him deeper than caution. If he saw a hazard, he wanted to control it. If he saw a person in danger, even only the suggestion of one, he moved toward it. It made him good at his job. It made him dangerous in that moment. He took one step toward the chain. Mia caught his sleeve. Ryan, I'm not crossing yet. I'm checking the structure. Your voice on that thing said the middle boards. And if someone is injured across there, I need to know whether we can reach them. If someone is injured, we call help. We can't call help. We go back until we can. That could be 40 minutes. Then we walk fast. He looked at the backpack again. I could see the calculation in his face. Distance, risk, weight, footing, rope he didn't have. Patient he couldn't see. The creek hammered below us with a wet, endless noise. Hello, Ryan called. His voice went out across the ravine and flattened into the trees. No answer. He cupped his hands. Is anyone over there? This is Ryan. We're here to help if you need assistance. Nothing. Then, faintly, from beyond the far side of the bridge, came a sound that might have been a person. A muffled cry. His face crumpled before she controlled it. No, I don't like that, Ryan called again. Can you hear me? The cry came again, shorter. It could have been an animal. It could have been a jay. It could have been someone with cloth over their mouth. Jonah whispered. That sounded human. You're an audio guy, Mia snapped. Don't say sounded unless you know. I don't know. That's the problem. Ryan unzipped his pack. He pulled out a compact first aid kit, a headlamp, and a coil of thin utility cord. You brought rope? I asked. Cord, not rope. Will it hold you? No, comforting. He ignored me and tied one end around the near railing post with quick, practiced motions. Nobody steps on the bridge except me. Mia grabbed his arm harder this time. You are not crossing a closed bridge because of a sound. I'm checking the first few boards. Ryan. He looked at her, and his face softened in a way that scared me more than his focus. I can't leave if someone's hurt. You can if going gets you hurt too. I know. No, you don't. You know it on paper. That shut him up. For a second, they looked like a couple in a kitchen having an old argument about something small that was actually something huge. His job, her fear, the way she waited through fire season and checked news alerts when he didn't text back. I felt embarrassed witnessing it, even there. Then the recorder clicked. Everyone turned. Jonah had set it on a flat stump like it might contaminate him. The screen glowed. A new file. Rec 102. The time on my watch was 102. The recorder played without anyone touching it. This time it wasn't a scream. It was breathing, close and ragged. Then my voice, whispering so quietly the creek almost buried it. He's under the bridge, static. Then Mia, don't look down. The file ended. We all looked down, not because we wanted to, because human beings are poorly designed. Below the bridge, the creek shoved itself between rock walls slick with moss. For a moment, I saw only white water and shadow. Then something pale moved under the far end of the bridge, a hand, maybe. It vanished behind a support beam. Ryan dropped to one knee near the edge, careful not to step past the chain. Hello, can you hear me? The creek answered. Mia said, Ryan, get back. He leaned, trying to see under the bridge without putting weight on it. I can't tell if that's a person. Jonah moved to get a better angle. Don't, I said. He stopped with one boot on a wet rock beside the trail. The rock shifted. It was small, stupid, a nothing misstep. Jonah's foot slipped sideways, and he windmilled, grabbing for a branch that snapped in his hand with a dry pop. His hip hit the railing. The loose chain swung hard. Clank, clank, clank. The bridge shuddered. One of the middle planks dropped. Not broke, dropped. Like it had already been cut through and only set in place. It flipped once and disappeared into the ravine, striking rock before the water took it. The sound was flat and awful. Jonah froze, both hands gripping the railing, his face gray. Ryan grabbed the back of his shirt and yanked him away from the edge. Back, Ryan barked. We stumbled away from the bridge as a second plank sagged, then held at an angle. Fresh pale wood showed along its ends. Cut marks, not rot. Ryan saw them. So did Mia. So did I know one said prank after that. Concrete problem changed again. Not a weird recording. Not a suspicious bridge. A sabotaged bridge. A possible person below it. No service. A message queued but unsent. A time stamp that kept matching the moment we were in. A group of 4 people with one first aid kit, one coil of cord that wouldn't hold a body, and at least one person nearby who had prepared this before we arrived. Mia took out her phone again with shaking hands. We go back right now. We get service. We send Ryan's text. We find people, rangers, hikers, anyone. Ryan nodded, but his eyes kept dropping to the ravine. Yes, we go back. That should have been the end of the argument. Then a phone rang. Not mine, not Mia's, not Ryan's. Jonah patted his pockets anyway, panicked and automatic. That's not me. The ringtone was muffled and tinny, coming from the blue backpack across the bridge. A standard iPhone marimba tone, cheerful in the worst possible way. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Mia whispered, "Why is my ringtone coming from that bag?" Ryan's face went hard. "Your phone's here." "No, it's not." She pulled her phone from her pocket and held it up. Her screen was black. She pressed the side button. Nothing. She pressed it again. Still nothing. It was at 60%, she said. The phone across the bridge kept ringing. Jonah looked at Mia's dead phone, then at the backpack. Could be a duplicate. Same ringtone. "With my name on it," she said. The ringing stopped. A moment later, Mia's phone buzzed in her hand. The dead screen lit up to 1%. Unknown caller. She made a small sound and nearly dropped it. "Don't answer," I said. Ryan said. "Answer on speaker. Don't say where we are." Mia glared at him. "Or don't," he added. The phone buzzed again. Mia's thumb hovered. This was her fear, not mine. I saw it then. Not ghosts, not woods. Loss of control. Being forced to manage someone else's crisis with no good options. The way she did at work. The way she did with me. The way she did with Ryan every time his job pulled him toward danger. The call was a hook made exactly for her. She answered. The speaker crackled. For 2 seconds, we heard only wind, but not our wind. A harsher rush, maybe from an exposed ridge. Then a voice, low and distorted, either through bad service or a cheap voice changer. "You have 14 minutes. Mia said nothing. Voice continued. The The man under the bridge stops breathing at 1:17. Ryan stepped closer to the phone. Who is this? A soft laugh. Not theatrical, barely there. Pick up the recorder. Play the new file. Then decide how brave you are. The call ended. Mia's phone went black again. No one moved. Below us, under the far side of the bridge, came another muffled cry. This one was clearer. A man. Ryan looked at the ravine, then at the sabotaged planks, then back toward the trail we had come from. Going back for help meant leaving whoever was under there until after 1:17. Staying meant doing exactly what the caller wanted, with a bridge that had been cut, and a person hidden somewhere close enough to call Mia's phone. Jonah picked up the recorder with 2 fingers. His hand shook. Don't play it, Mia said. Ryan's voice was quiet. We may need to. I looked at my watch. 1:03, 14 minutes. The recorder's red light blinked once, steady and patient. Then, from deeper on the far side of the ravine, someone started dragging something heavy through the brush. Slow, deliberate, toward the bridge. Ryan said, "We leave the recorder." Nobody answered him. The thing sat on the stump beside the chain, red light blinking, cheap plastic casing scratched and muddy, like it had been waiting all morning for us to catch up. Beyond the bridge, something heavy dragged through brush, stopped, dragged again. A scrape, a pause, a scrape. The sound came from the far side of the ravine, maybe 30 yards past the blue backpack, somewhere behind a screen of salal and vine maple. The bridge lay between us and it, 3 narrow sections of planking, the middle span now missing one board and sagging another, the creek chewing itself white below. Behind us was the side trail back toward the main Blue Pool route, then another mile or 2 to heavier foot traffic, then maybe service. In front of us was the bridge, the backpack with Mia's name, the possible injured man under the far end, and whoever had called her phone. Ryan pointed back the way we'd come. Mia, Evan, Jonah, you go. Fast but careful. I'll stay where I can watch the bridge and keep calling down. No, Mia said immediately. It's the cleanest option. It's not clean. It's you staying alone with a person who wants us split up. I'm not crossing. You don't know what you'll do in 2 minutes. He didn't argue, and that was almost worse. Jonah had the recorder in his hand again, though he held it like it was hot. What if we play the file? Maybe it tells us where the person is. Or it's more bait, I said. Everything here is bait. Mia turned toward me. Her face looked pale under the greenish light, freckles standing out across her nose. Evan, we need to go back. I looked past her at the trail. It bent between the firs and vanished into the damp understory. Suddenly, the way back felt less like a route and more like a throat. Narrow, dark at the far end, easy to block. We go together, I said. Ryan nodded once. Together, then. That was our first attempt. Retreat, get service, bring help. It lasted less than 3 minutes. We moved away from the bridge in a tight line, faster than before, but not running because the ground was uneven and slick with old needles. Ryan went first now, scanning ahead. Mia followed him, one hand on her dead phone, as if grip alone could bring it back. Jonah walked behind her, clutching the recorder and his own phone. I took the rear because I couldn't stand the idea of something behind me unless I was looking at it. The side trail climbed gently for maybe 50 yards from the bridge, then hooked left around a mossy boulder the size of a car. Past that, it dropped through ferns toward the main trail. We had come that way. I remembered the boulder. I remembered brushing spiderwebs off my forearms. I remembered a fallen cedar with roots like a wall. We reached the boulder. Ryan stopped. "What?" Mia asked. He lifted a hand. Across the trail, tied between two trees at shin height, was fishing line. It was nearly invisible until the sun caught it. Ryan crouched. "Don't move." Mia whispered something that sounded like a prayer, but wasn't. The line was strung tight from a huckleberry bush on the left side of the trail to a low branch on the right. Not enough to stop anyone who saw it. Enough to send someone running face first into the ground if they didn't. Attached to the right end, half hidden under leaves, was a small cluster of empty cans and a metal spoon. An alarm, not lethal, not elaborate, practical. Someone had placed it behind us after we passed. "Can we step over?" Jonah asked. Ryan looked beyond it. "Maybe, but if there's one," a crack snapped from deeper in the trees to our right. We all turned. Something moved low through the brush. Mia grabbed my arm. Jonah made a sound in his throat. Ryan shifted his stance, putting himself between us and the movement. Leaves thrashed. A brown shape burst out from the sword ferns. For one stupid second, I thought it was a person crawling. Then it shot across the trail on thin legs, ears high, white tail flicking once before vanishing downhill. A deer. Just a deer, panicked by us, or by something else. Jonah bent over, palms on knees, breathing hard enough to whistle. "I hate nature." Mia laughed once, a broken little sound. "That's a deer, Jonah. I saw that after my soul left." The relief lasted maybe 2 breaths. Then Ryan pointed beyond the fishing line. "There's another one." This one wasn't line. It was a branch, wrist thick, dragged across the trail and wedged between rocks. Past it, 10 yards farther, another branch. Then another. Not a barricade exactly, more like friction. Enough to slow us down. Enough to make us trip. Enough to make a fast retreat dangerous. Ryan took out his knife and cut the fishing line carefully, catching the cans before they could clatter. "Whoever did this is nearby," he said. "Could still be one person," Jonah said. "One person can set this up." "That does not make me feel better," Mia said. The recorder clicked. Jonah flinched and almost dropped it. "Turn that off," Mia snapped. "I can't," the speaker hissed. My own voice came through, shaky and close. "Don't go back. He wants the trail." Then a burst of static. Then an unfamiliar man groaned, wet and weak. "Please." The file ended. Mia stared at the recorder. "This is insane." "Preloaded," Jonah said quickly, too quickly. "It could be set to play by timer. The files don't have to be live." "At 1:06 exactly?" I asked. He checked his watch. His face tightened. 1:06. Ryan looked down the blocked trail, then back toward the bridge. "If we keep clearing this, we're exposed and slow. If he's watching the trail, we're walking into whatever he set." "So we go off trail," Mia said. Ryan shook his head. "Bad idea. Terrain drops hard to the south. North slopes up through basalt and deadfall. We'd lose time, maybe get hurt." "We're already hurt," she said, though nobody was bleeding yet. The creak noise carried up from behind us, reminding us of the bridge, of the voice under it, of the deadline ticking closer. We tried the second option because it looked like a compromise. Climb a little upslope to the north, just high enough to get service, or at least a vantage point, then call out from there without crossing the bridge. Ryan knew enough backcountry rescue to make it sound rational. Higher ground might give us a bar. We could see the far bank. We could avoid the rigged return trail and stay together. The slope rose to our right through thick ferns, salal, and young hemlocks. It wasn't a cliff, but it was steep enough that every step had to be placed. The soil was damp beneath the top layer, and loose volcanic stones rolled underfoot. Ryan went first, kicking small footholds where he could. Mia followed, breathing through her nose in controlled bursts. Jonah clipped the recorder to his pack with a carabiner because nobody wanted to hold it anymore, but nobody wanted to leave it either. I came last again, using roots to pull myself up. Within 5 minutes, my thighs burned. Sweat ran down my sides under my shirt. My palms got muddy from grabbing branches. Twice, loose stones clattered down behind me, bouncing toward the trail below. "Careful," Ryan called softly. "I am being careful," I said too sharply. "I know." "No, you don't. You say careful like that creates ground." Mia glanced back. "Evan, I'm fine." "You always say that when you're not." I hated her for being right. I hated needing breath more than words. I hated the recorder bumping against Jonah's pack ahead of me, tap, 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 like a finger on a table. We reached a narrow shelf above the trail. From there, the geography opened up a little. Behind and below us, the rigged side trail curved around the boulder and disappeared toward the main route. To our left, downhill, the bridge cut across the ravine, its chain visible through branches. Beyond it, the blue backpack sat near the cedar stump. Farther beyond, the far side trail was mostly swallowed by brush, but I could see a pale strip of disturbed leaves where something had been dragged. Ryan held up his phone. 1 bar. He didn't speak. He just tried the cue text again. Sending. Still sending. Then, not delivered. "Try voice," Mia said. Ryan called 911 again. For 1 second, the call screen changed, connecting. We all stopped breathing around it. Then it failed. Ryan swore quietly. Jonah held his own phone up. "I've got SOS flickering." "Send location," Ryan said. "I don't have location. GPS is jumping." "Text anyway." Jonah typed with trembling thumbs. 4 hikers near Blue Pool side trail, bridge sabotaged, possible injured man, no service, unknown caller. He pressed send. The progress bar crawled. While we watched it, the recorder on his pack started playing. Not clicking this time. Just audio already in motion, like we had tuned into the middle of someone else's bad minute. Mia's voice. "Ryan, get down." A sharp crack followed, not a gunshot. At least, that was what I told myself. It sounded like wood snapping under load, amplified by the little speaker until it became something violent. Then Jonah's voice, high with panic. I sent it. The recording stopped. Jonah stared at his phone. Message failed. His mouth opened. Before anyone could say anything, the branch above Ryan's head whipped downward. It wasn't aimed like a movie trap. It was cruder than that. A dead limb, maybe 8 feet long, had been wedged higher up the slope and tied off with cord. Ryan must have brushed the trigger line when he stepped forward. The limb swung in a fast, ugly arc, Mia shouted. Ryan ducked, but not enough. The branch clipped his shoulder and the side of his head, knocking him sideways into a hemlock. His phone flew from his hand. He went down on one knee, one hand planted in the mud. Ryan, Mia scrambled toward him. Stay still, he barked, then winced. Blood appeared at his hairline, bright against his skin, running toward his temple. Not pouring, but there, real. His shoulder hung tight, and when he tried to rotate it, his face folded inward for half a second. I'm okay, he said. Mia dropped beside him. Do not start that. I'm okay enough. She pressed a clean gauze pad from his first aid kit against his head with shaking fingers. You might have a concussion. I don't. You don't get to diagnose yourself after being hit in the skull. Jonah looked around the shelf, suddenly terrified of every branch. This was set up too. Ryan pointed with his good hand. Line runs there. I saw it then. Thin green cord running from the dead limb to a bent sapling beside the shelf. A crude snare mechanism. It wouldn't kill a person unless things went very badly. But it could knock someone down the slope. It could break an arm. It could slow us. The trap had not been supernatural. It had not been brilliant. It had been enough. Ryan's phone lay 6 feet away near the edge of the shelf. Its screen was cracked, but still lit. One bar. Leave it, Mia said. We need it, Ryan said. I'll get it, I said. Nobody liked that, including me. The phone had landed near a mat of wet leaves that sloped toward a drop back to the side trail. Not a cliff, but steep enough that if I slipped, I'd slide 20 or 30 feet through rocks and roots. I got down on my hands and knees because pride had no practical use anymore. Mud soaked through my jeans. My fingers found roots, small stones, cold leaf slime. Slow, Ryan said behind me. I almost told him to shut up. Instead, I crawled. The phone was face up, emergency call screen still open. I reached for it. A noise came from below. Not the creek, not the bridge, a cough. I froze. From where I was crouched near the edge, I could see under the shelf to the lower trail. Between branches, a figure moved near the boulder. Human, standing partly hidden behind the trunk of a fir. I saw a dark rain jacket, a gray hood, one gloved hand resting against the bark. Then the figure stepped backward and vanished behind the trees. There's someone on the trail, I said. Mia's voice sharpened. What? I grabbed the phone and scrambled backward too fast. My shoe slid. Dirt gave way under my left foot, and for one blank second, I was moving downhill without meaning to. My bad rib area, the old accident place, seemed to remember impact before it happened. Ryan caught the back of my pack with his good hand. Pain flashed across his face, but he held. I clawed at a root, found it, and got my knee under me. Up, he grunted. I crawled back onto the shelf, shaking so hard my teeth tapped once. Someone is below us, I said, dark jacket, hood, by the boulder. Ryan took his phone from me. Did they see you? Yes. I don't know, maybe. Jonah's face had gone slick with sweat. So back trail is blocked by a person. Bridge is sabotaged. Slope is trapped. Mia kept pressure on Ryan's head. We go higher. No, Ryan said. Higher could have more traps, and I'm slower now. You're bleeding. I noticed. The recorder clicked again. Jonah grabbed it off his pack and slammed his thumb against the stop button. The audio kept going. This time, it was not one of our voices. A man, Older maybe, horse. My leg S pinned. Please. I can hear you up there. Ryan closed his eyes. Don't, Mia said. He opened them. Mia, no, that voice could be a recording too. It could be. That's not an answer. I know. The man's voice on the recorder continued. He said if I stayed quiet, he'd let me go. Static, then lower. Don't trust the sign. The file ended. The wind moved over us. The shelf smelled like crushed fern and blood now, sharp metal under green. Jonah wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. That tells us something. It tells us what the person wants us to hear, Mia said. No, listen. Don't trust the sign. Maybe the closed sign isn't about the bridge being unsafe. Maybe it's to stop normal hikers from crossing. Ryan looked toward the bridge through the trees. Or to keep us near this side. I tried to make the map in my head. Near side us, rigged trail, hidden person below, trap upslope. Bridge. Sabotaged middle boards, chain, sign. Far side. Backpack, dragged path, possible voice under bridge, unknown caller. Creek below. Loud enough to cover movement, dangerous enough to injure anyone who fell. The whole place was a funnel, I said. They're keeping us between the bridge and the boulder. Mia looked at me. That was the first useful thing my fear had done all day. It had stopped spraying images and started drawing lines. If we go back, I said, there's the person by the boulder and the trip lines. If we go up, traps. If we go forward, bridge, Jonah whispered. So what's left? Ryan said, down to the creek. We all looked at him. He pointed with his chin toward the ravine. Not here. Back near the bridge, the near bank slopes under the first support. If someone really is under there, we may be able to reach them from our side without crossing. Mia shook her head. With you injured, with all of us. That sounds like falling with extra steps. It's not ideal. Nothing you've suggested in the last 15 minutes has been ideal. I'm aware. Their voices were getting thinner, fraying at the edges. Mine too. Jonah kept licking his lips. Ryan's pupils looked equal, I thought, but I wasn't trained enough to know what mattered. Mia had blood on 2 fingers from holding the gauze to his head, and she kept staring at it like it belonged to someone else. A phone chimed. Ryan's cracked phone. All of us looked down. His emergency text had sent. For one beautiful second, hope opened in my chest so fast it hurt. Then another message appeared. Not from dispatch. Unknown number. No one is coming before 117. Below it, a photo loaded line by line over the weak connection. The 4 of us standing at the bridge, taken from above and behind. From somewhere on the slope, from close. Mia made a small, furious sound. He's here. Ryan gripped the phone harder. The text sent. Even if dispatch doesn't answer, it may be logged. Maybe, Jonah said. The recorder's red light blinked. 1:12, 5 minutes. Then the real voice came, not from the recorder, not from a phone, but from below the bridge. Help me. It tore up through the creek noise, raw and human. Ryan moved before any of us could stop him. He started down toward the bridge, stumbling once on his injured side, catching himself against a tree. Mia cursed and went after him. Jonah followed because being alone on the shelf was worse than moving. Grabbed the first aid kit and Ryan's cord and went last, legs weak, lungs working too fast. We descended badly, half sliding back to the side trail, avoiding the boulder and the trip line, cutting straight through ferns toward the bridge approach. Branches slapped my face. One caught my cheek and opened a thin sting. Mud smeared my palms. By the time we reached the chain again, Ryan was breathing through clenched teeth. The man under the bridge cried out once more. Closer now. Definitely real. Please, I'm under here. Ryan dropped to his stomach near the left side of the bridge approach, staying off the planks. He crawled to the edge and looked down along the near support. I see him, he said. Mia crouched beside him, staying back. Alive. Yes, adult male. Under the far support, maybe 10 feet below the deck. Leg trapped under debris. Can we reach from here? I asked. Ryan looked at the broken terrain, the slick rock wall, the fast water below. Not easily. Can we throw cord? Cord won't pull him up. Can we stabilize him until help comes? Ryan didn't answer. That was answer enough. Jonah looked across the bridge. The backpack. What about it? Mia asked. There might be rope, gear, something. No crossing, she said. Ryan said, middle boards are cut, but side beams might hold. Mia rounded on him. You are hurt and concussed, and you are not stepping onto that bridge. I wasn't going to. His eyes went to me. I felt my stomach drop. No, Mia said before he could speak. I'm lighter than Ryan, I said, though every part of me was already rejecting the idea. No, I can stay on the side beam. No, the recorder clicked. It had been left near the stump again, but now the speaker was loud enough to cut through the creek. My voice came out panting. I can reach it. Then a second later, my scream. Short, ugly. The same one from before, but clearer now. Mia grabbed the recorder and hurled it against a rock. The casing cracked. The red light stayed on. Across the bridge, the blue backpack shifted. Not from wind. From underneath it, something pulled the strap once, then let go. A hand rose beside the cedar stump. Small, pale, human. Then it disappeared. Jonah whispered, There's someone else over there. Behind us, on the trail by the boulder, a metal spoon clattered against a can. Once, then again. The alarm line we had cut was being reset, or stepped through, or used to tell us someone was coming up behind. Ryan looked at the trapped man below. Mia looked back toward the trail. Jonah looked at the far bank. I looked at the bridge, at the missing plank, at the side beam, at the backpack labeled with my sister's name, at my watch. 1:14, 3 minutes. Then, from the woods behind us, the hidden person spoke for the first time. Cross, he called. His voice was calm, male, close enough to be understood over the creek. Or I come down there. Ryan tried to stand and nearly fell. Mia caught him. Jonah backed toward the bridge approach, picked up the cracked recorder without knowing why. Its plastic edge cut into my palm. The far bank rustled again. The hand near the backpack appeared, fingers flexing weakly. Behind us, footsteps moved through the brush toward the chain. Retreat was gone. The bridge was the only way left. The man behind us stepped onto the trail where we could see him. He wore a dark rain jacket with the hood up, gray hiking pants, and black gloves, the kind with rubber grips on the palms. Not a monster, not a shadow, a person. That made it worse in a way I still have trouble explaining. My brain had been trying to protect itself by making him into something blurry and impossible. But there, he was in the green light between the firs, breathing through his nose, holding a hatchet low against his thigh like it was just another tool he had brought into the woods. He was white, maybe late 30s or early 40s, male, tall but not big, with a narrow face under stubble and eyes that kept moving from one of us to the next. His calm was not confidence. I saw that right away. It was control stretched thin. He had planned the setting, the recordings, the traps, but people were still people, and we were all doing small, unexpected things. Ryan bleeding, Mia refusing to panic the right way, Jonah shaking too hard to obey quickly, me standing there with the cracked recorder cutting into my palm. "Cross," he said again. Ryan put one hand on the bridge post to steady himself. Blood had run from his hairline down to his jaw and dried there in a thin, rust-colored track. "Who's under the bridge?" The man smiled without showing teeth. "Not your problem if you move. Is he hurt? You hurt him. That's not an answer." The hatchet came up a few inches. Not a swing, a reminder. I'm done asking. Mia stood between Ryan and the man, even though Ryan was twice as likely to survive a fight. Her face had gone still in that counselor way, the one that meant every feeling had been locked behind glass. "What do you want?" she asked. The man looked at her. "Phones, packs, recorder across the bridge." "That's robbery," Jonah said, almost laughing from panic. "You built all this for robbery." The man's eyes flicked to him. "Shut up." That little snap told me more than the hatchet did. He didn't like being questioned. He liked the script. The recorder clicked in my hand. Everyone heard it, including him. The man's eyes widened just a fraction. That was the first time he looked afraid. The speaker crackled through its split casing. My voice came out, low and breathless. "Jonah," the mic. Static swallowed the rest. Jonah looked at me. I looked at the small field microphone clipped to his backpack strap, the one he'd joked about using for clean ambience. It was still there, foam windscreen dark with damp. A cord ran from it to the little recorder unit in his chest pocket. His real recorder, not the planted one. The man noticed our glance. "Drop it." Jonah's hands went up automatically. "Drop the bag." "Okay," Jonah said, "okay." But he didn't drop it fast. He fumbled with the chest strap, fingers clumsy, breathing quick. He looked useless, terrified, exactly how Jonah looked when he was thinking. Ryan shifted his weight, and the man snapped the hatchet toward him. "Don't." Ryan froze. Below the bridge, the trapped man cried out. "Please. Please, I can't feel my foot." The sound came from under the far support, just beyond the missing board. Real enough, close enough, panicked enough that even the man with the hatchet glanced toward it in irritation. That half-second mattered. Mia bent as if to put her phone down. Instead, she scooped a fist-sized rock from the edge of the trail and threw it as hard as she could. She did not hit his head. She wasn't in a movie. The rock struck his forearm with a dull, meaty thud. The hatchet dipped. Ryan moved. Not graceful, not heroic. He lunged with his injured shoulder and crashed into the man at waist height, driving him backward into the ferns. The hatchet came up, flashed dull gray, and caught Ryan along the outside of his left forearm. Ryan shouted. Blood spotted the sleeve immediately. Mia screamed his name. The planted recorder screamed too. Mine. That ugly sound blasted from the cracked speaker at full volume. The same scream we had heard before, finally arriving in its proper place. It ripped through the bridge approach, bounced off the ravine, and for one insane second, It sounded like the woods were full of me. I dropped the recorder. No, not dropped, threw it. I threw it at the man's face because my body chose before my thoughts did. It struck his cheekbone and broke apart, batteries popping out into the mud. He flinched hard. Ryan got one hand around his wrist. Go, Ryan yelled. Mia didn't go. Of course she didn't. She grabbed the utility cord from the ground and looped it around the man's forearm, not tying anything clean, just tangling, pulling, making his hand less useful. Jonah finally yanked his own pack halfway off and swung it like a drunk with a pillow. It hit the man's shoulder and knocked him sideways. The hatchet fell. I saw it land near the bridge post. I kicked it. My boot connected badly, toe first, sending pain up my foot, but the hatchet skidded over the edge of the ravine and vanished. A second later, metal clanged against rock below. The man made a sound that was not calm at all. He punched Ryan in the side of the head. Ryan dropped to one knee. Mia went for the man's eyes with both hands. He shoved her away. She hit the chain across the bridge and nearly fell backward over it. Jonah caught her pack strap and dragged her upright, both of them stumbling. Then the man ran, not back down the trail. Forward, onto the bridge. The first boards took his weight. The chain swung from his hip. He moved fast, but not blindly. He knew where the cut sections were. He stepped to the left side beam, one boot on narrow wood, one hand on the railing, crossing like someone who had rehearsed it. Stop, Ryan shouted, but his voice cracked. The man didn't stop. On the far side, the weak hand near the backpack vanished. The man reached the missing plank and paused only long enough to look back at us. His face was bleeding where the recorder had hit him. Mud streaked his cheek. He smiled then, wide this time, furious and thrilled. Then he grabbed the blue backpack and pulled it away from the cedar stump. The person attached to it screamed. A young woman rolled into view, half hidden behind the stump, wrists zip-tied in front of her, one ankle bound to the pack strap with orange paracord. She was alive. She had duct tape hanging loose from one side of her mouth, as if she'd worked it free with her cheek. Her hair was full of needles. Her face was dirty and wet. Mia made a sound like she'd been hit. The man dragged the backpack another foot, yanking the woman with it. Across, he shouted, or she goes over. Ryan pushed himself up. His left forearm was bleeding badly, but not spurting. He clamped it against his side, face gray. I looked at the bridge. I looked at the missing board. I looked down once by mistake and saw the creek smashing white over black rock. My knees went watery. The old accident flared behind my ribs, airbag dust and horn blast, and the metal taste of shock. Fear is a compass, Mia had said. Maybe she was right. But sometimes a compass does point at the thing you have to walk toward. I can cross, I said. No, Mia said, I'm lightest. That's not a qualification. It's the only one we have. Jonah's voice shook. I can help. I can guide you. Stay on the left beam until the gap, then shift to the right railing where the board is missing. He favored the left, so the left beam holds. Jonah, Mia said, this is not an audio problem. No, he said, it's a pattern problem. The man on the far side pulled the backpack again. The woman cried out and kicked weakly at the dirt. Below the bridge, the trapped man shouted, my leg please. 2 victims, 1 attacker, One broken bridge. No time. Ryan grabbed my shoulder with his good hand. His grip was heavy and slick. Don't step on the middle boards. Keep 3 points of contact. Don't look at the water. If he comes at you, drop low and hold the railing. Great, I said. That sounds survivable. It isn't advice for surviving. It's advice for not dying immediately. Mia took my face in both hands. She did not tell me to breathe. She said, "Come back." That was worse. I climbed over the chain. The first plank groaned under my boot. Every sound separated itself. Creak below. Ryan's breathing behind me. Jonah whispering, "Left beam, left beam." Mia muttering something angry and terrified under her breath. The far woman sobbing through her nose. The attacker breathing hard through his mouth. I put my left foot on the side beam. Narrow. Wet. My right hand gripped the railing. The wood was soft in places, moss slick under my palm. I moved one step, then another. The bridge flexed. I stopped. "Keep going," Ryan said. The man on the far side pulled something from his jacket. Not a gun. A folding knife. He opened it with his thumb and held it against the orange cord binding the woman to the backpack. "She drops before you reach me." "She's on the ground," Jonah shouted. The man pointed down. The far side of the bridge ended at a steep bank. If he shoved her, she would roll under the railing gap and down toward the creek channel. "Stop talking," he said. I reached the missing plank. The hole opened at my feet. I saw the fallen board jammed against a rock below. I saw the trapped man under the far support then, an older hiker with a gray beard and a green jacket, one leg pinned under a fallen support brace. His face tilted up toward me, eyes wide and wet. "Help," he mouthed, but the creek took the sound. I shifted my weight to the right, just like Jonah said. The board under my rear foot cracked. A dry, sharp pop. I froze. "Evan," Mia said. "Don't stop," Ryan said. The attacker laughed once. "Listen to him." That made me move. Anger did what courage couldn't. I dropped to my hands and knees on the bridge, straddling the gap, palms on both side beams, one knee on a board that sagged but held. Splinters bit through my jeans. I crawled, not proud, not cinematic, like a frightened animal. Halfway across the gap, the attacker stepped onto the first board from his side. The bridge dipped. "Back up," Ryan shouted. The attacker came anyway, knife low. Jonah yelled, "Evan, down." I flattened as the man kicked at my shoulder. His boot scraped my pack instead, throwing my balance sideways. My left hand slipped off the wet beam. For 1 second, I hung over the hole. Not falling, not safe. My fingers caught the chicken wire stapled along the railing. It cut into my palm where the recorder had already sliced me. Pain made everything white around the edges. Then Mia was on the bridge. I didn't see her climb over the chain. I just heard Ryan yell, "Mia, no." And then the boards behind me creaked under her weight. She moved faster than I had, staying low, one hand on the railing, face set with a fury I had never seen in her. The attacker turned toward her. That was what I needed. I lunged forward from my knees and wrapped both arms around his lower legs. We went down together. The bridge shook hard. Something cracked under us. The woman on the far side screamed. Below, the trapped man shouted. The attacker kicked me in the ribs. The old injury flared so bright, I almost let go. He kicked again, heel catching my hip. I held his ankles because holding was the only job my brain could understand. Mia reached us and swung Ryan's metal water bottle by its strap. It hit the attacker above the ear with a hollow thwack. He slumped sideways against the railing, dazed but not out. People do not just go neatly unconscious. He cursed and clawed at the rail, trying to push up. Mia hit him again, lower, on the wrist with the knife. The knife dropped through the missing board gap and disappeared into the creek. Jonah had followed her as far as the near third of the bridge, with Ryan's utility cord in both hands. He was pale and crying openly, but he kept moving. "Tie him," Ryan shouted from the near side, because Ryan could barely stand now. "Tie what?" Jonah yelled. "Anything." Mia grabbed the attacker's right arm. I grabbed his legs. He bucked hard enough that my chin hit the boards and my teeth clicked together. Jonah looped cord around the man's wrists, messy and frantic. The man twisted, almost got one hand free. Then the far side woman kicked him. She was still bound to the backpack, half on her side, but she drove her boot into his face with every bit of strength she had left. His head snapped back into the railing. This time he went loose, not asleep, not peacefully, groaning, dazed, but loose enough. "Move him off the gap," Ryan called. We dragged him 2 feet toward the far side, all of us making small animal sounds from effort and fear. The bridge groaned beneath the combined weight. A board behind Mia split. Her left leg dropped through to the thigh. She screamed. I grabbed her under the arms. Jonah grabbed her pack. The woman on the far side, still zip-tied, reached with both hands and caught Mia's sleeve. For a moment, Mia hung there with one leg through the bridge, boot kicking empty air above the ravine. "Pull," I said. We pulled. Mia's leg came up scraped and bleeding, jeans torn from knee to thigh. She collapsed onto the boards, sobbing once, then biting it back so hard her face twisted. "Crawl," Ryan shouted. "All of you, crawl to the far side." Now we crawled, me first, dragging the attacker by his jacket collar, because leaving him loose behind us seemed worse than dragging him. Jonah helped, cord wrapped around one wrist. Mia crawled with her injured leg trailing. The bound woman scooted backward, crying, making room. We reached the far side at 1:17. I know because Ryan shouted the time from the near end of the bridge, voice hoarse. At the same moment, the pinned man under the bridge made a choking sound. Ryan forgot everything else. He dropped out of sight on the near side, climbing down toward the lower support with one good arm, because of course he did. "Ryan," Mia screamed. His voice came back strained. "He's aspirating. I need him rolled." "He's pinned." "I know," the attacker groaned under my hand. Grabbed the orange paracord from the woman's ankle and yanked at the knot. It was tight, wet, impossible. "Jonah," I said. He pulled a multi-tool from his pocket with shaking hands and sawed at the cord. "Her name," he said, breathless. "Ask her name. Keep her talking." Mia, despite her leg, crawled to the woman. "Hey, look at me. I'm Mia. What's your name?" The woman blinked through dirt and tears. Claire Bennett." 26. "Okay, Claire, you're doing great." I thought he was going to, I know. "Stay with me." The cord snapped. Claire was free from the backpack. Under the bridge, Ryan shouted, "I need help lowering the brace." The attacker moved. His hand slid under his jacket. I saw black plastic, For one insane second, I thought gun. It was a key fob. He pressed it. From the near side of the bridge, a high electronic chirp answered. Then another. Not from the trail, from the blue backpack. Jonah looked at it. What was that? I yanked open the front pocket. Inside was a phone, a portable speaker, a small radio receiver, and a bundle of wires leading to something taped inside a plastic food container. My brain supplied the word bomb before reason could stop it. Jonah saw my face and shoved me aside. Wait, don't pull wires. The attacker laughed weakly, blood on his teeth. You should have gone back. Mia looked at Jonah. Is it explosive? Jonah swallowed. I don't know. The container vibrated, a mechanical buzz. Then a burst of our recorded voices blasted from the speaker. Mia shouting, me screaming, Ryan warning, all layered together until it was just human panic as a weapon. A distraction device, not a bomb. Jonah ripped the speaker cable free. The sound died. That's how, he said, voice shaking. Speakers, timers, remote triggers. He had audio planted around us. The attacker tried to crawl. Claire, still zip-tied, kicked him again in the ribs. He stopped. Below, Ryan shouted, now. I crawled to the far edge and looked down. The pinned man's leg was trapped under a broken brace that had dropped from the bridge structure. Ryan had reached him from the near side bank by climbing along the rock wall. But now he was wedged awkwardly against the support, bleeding from his arm, one shoulder useless. He had managed to clear the man's airway, but not free his leg. Cord, Ryan shouted. Jonah threw the utility cord down. It fell short, snagging on a beam. I grabbed the orange paracord from Claire's ankle, tied it to Ryan's cord with the ugliest knot anyone has ever trusted, and lowered it. Ryan looped it around the brace. Pull from up there, he shouted. Mia couldn't stand. Claire couldn't use her hands. Jonah and I pulled. The cord cut into my palms. The knot creaked. The brace shifted an inch. The pinned man screamed. Again, Ryan shouted. We pulled again. The brace moved enough for the man to drag his leg free. He rolled onto his side, coughing creek water and vomit onto the rocks. Ryan sagged against the support. For a moment, all I heard was water. Then the attacker behind us started laughing. Not loud, not sane. Mia had his phone now. She had found it in his jacket when he reached for the fob. Her hands shook as she held it up. No signal, she said. Ryan coughed from below. Check his pockets. There may be a satellite messenger. Jonah patted the man down with visible disgust and found a second device clipped inside his jacket. Small, orange, rugged. Ryan's eyes sharpened even from below. Garmin in reach. SOS button. Hold it, Jonah stared. Seriously, hold it. The attacker thrashed suddenly, one last burst, trying to roll toward the slope. Claire screamed. I threw myself across his legs. Mia jammed her knee, injured and bleeding, into his back and cried out from the pain, but did not move. Jonah held the SOS button. A small red light blinked. Then another. The device beeped. SOS sent. The attacker went still under us. The immediate fight left him all at once. Maybe he understood then that the script had broken. Maybe he was just exhausted. His face pressed into the dirt, one cheek bleeding, breath coming in short bursts. Ryan stayed below with the injured man because moving him wrong could make things worse. Mia sat on the far bank beside Claire, her torn leg stretched out, one hand clamped over the cut, the other holding the attacker's phone like she wanted to crush it. Jonah kept the satellite messenger in both hands and stared at the blinking SOS light. I sat on the ground with my back against the cedar stump, chest aching, palms torn, ribs pulsing where I'd been kicked. Across the broken bridge, the way back waited on the other side. Near but unreachable. The man who had built the trap lay tied in Ryan's cord and orange paracord, breathing through blood and dirt. Below us, the creek kept moving like it had no interest in what we had survived. The conflict was over, I guess. But at 1:22, 5 minutes after the deadline, the broken planted recorder on the near side of the bridge clicked one last time. Its casing was split. Its batteries were gone. Still, from somewhere among the rocks, through a speaker that should not have worked, my voice whispered clearly enough for all of us to hear. "Evan, don't let them find the first one." Then it went quiet. Nobody asked what that meant. Not then. The first rescue helicopter did not come like it does in movies. There was no dramatic chop over the treetops right away. No spotlight cutting through branches. No clean moment where everyone looked up and knew the worst was over. For a long time after Jonah pressed the SOS button, nothing happened except the creek kept running, and the injured kept making small human noises they were trying not to make. Ryan stayed below the bridge with the older man, whose name turned out to be Daniel Reeve, 61, male, a retired postal worker from Salem who had come out that morning to photograph the river. His left leg was broken badly below the knee, and he had swallowed creek water while pinned under the bridge brace. Ryan kept him on his side as best he could and talked to him in the even, tired voice he probably used at crash scenes. "Stay with me, Dan. Don't fight the coughing. That's it. Again." Daniel coughed and groaned and kept asking about his camera bag, which was either shock or stubbornness. Maybe both. Claire Bennett, 26, female, the woman tied to the blue backpack, sat beside Mia on the far bank, while Jonah cut the zip tie off her wrists with his multi-tool. The plastic had rubbed her skin raw. When it snapped, she didn't move her hands at first. She just stared at the red grooves like she wasn't sure they belonged to her. Mia took Claire's hands gently. "Can you feel your fingers?" Claire nodded. "Wiggle them for me." Claire did. Then she started crying without sound, tears clearing pale tracks through the dirt on her cheeks. Mia didn't tell her it was okay. That was one of the things I remember clearly and respect more now. She did not lie to make herself feel useful. She just said, "You're safe from him right now. Keep looking at me." The attacker lay face down 3 feet from my boots, wrists bound behind him with Ryan's utility cord and the orange paracord. Jonah had tied and retied the knots until his hands cramped. Then Mia checked them even with her leg bleeding through the shredded denim. The man's name, we learned later, was Mark Ellery, 41, male, from Bend, Oregon. At the time, he was just the man in the rain jacket breathing into the dirt. He said nothing after the SOS sent. That silence was not eerie. It was irritating, cowardly. Every few minutes he shifted as if testing the cord, and I would press my heel against his calf and say, "Don't." My voice sounded strange to me, hoarse, older. At 1:39 p.m., the Garmin chirped. Jonah nearly dropped it. Ryan shouted from below, "Read it." Jonah squinted at the tiny screen. Emergency response acknowledged. Stay at location. Help en route. They want details. Voice cracked on the last word. Mia held out a hand. "Give it to me." She typed with 2 thumbs despite the blood drying on her fingers. She sent short, clean information. 4 original hikers. 2 additional victims. 1 restrained attacker. Bridge sabotaged. Multiple injuries. Need technical rescue, law enforcement, EMS. Then she added, attacker may have planted audio devices and traps on trail. She looked at me before she hit send, like she wanted to check whether that sounded insane. "It's true," I said. She pressed send. The waiting after that felt longer than the whole morning. Ryan's cut needed pressure, but he refused to leave Daniel. Mia kept checking Claire, and then me, and then the attacker, cycling through us like if she maintained the order, the world might hold. Jonah retrieved his own recorder from his pack and found it still running. It had captured everything from the bridge approach on. The man's voice, the struggle, the speaker device, the SOS. He stared at the waveform on the tiny screen, then turned it off like it had personally offended him. "Backup evidence," he said. Mia nodded. "Good." He looked sick. "I hate that it's good." Around 2:20, voices came from the near side trail. Real voices. Multiple. One called, "Search and rescue." "Can anyone hear me?" Ryan answered so loudly that he started coughing. The first people to reach us were 2 Lane County search and rescue volunteers and a sheriff's deputy. All 3 stopping hard when they saw the broken bridge, the bound attacker, and us stranded on the far side. They did not rush across. That comforted me more than rushing would have. They took one look at the cut planks and treated the whole bridge like a loaded gun. By 3:10, the place had become busy in a controlled, professional way. Ropes appeared, helmets, radios, a litter basket, bright medical gloves, the ordinary authority of people who knew exactly how dangerous wet rock could be. Ryan was hauled up from under the bridge after Daniel, furious about being treated like a patient and too pale to make the argument stick. Daniel went out first, packaged in a litter, shivering under silver blankets. Claire was brought across on a rope system because she froze when asked to step onto the bridge. No one blamed her. Mia went next, jaw clenched, refusing pain medication until a paramedic looked at her leg and said, "Ma'am, that is not a scrape." When it was my turn, I tried not to look down. I looked down anyway. The broken planks, the black rock, the white creek, the place where I had nearly slipped through. My chest tightened so hard I couldn't get a full breath. A rescuer clipped me into the line and said, "Eyes on me. Tell me your name." "Evan." "Good. Tell me where you live." "Eugene." "Good. Tell me something boring about Eugene." I almost laughed. "There's too much kombucha." "That's perfect. Keep going." So I talked about parking near the Saturday market while they guided me across the broken span, one step at a time. Mark Ellery was the last one moved. The deputies cuffed him before they untied Ryan's cord. He looked smaller upright. His hood had fallen back, hair damp, and flattened to his skull. One cheek was swollen where I'd hit him with the recorder. He would not look at Claire. He would not look at Daniel. He looked at me once, though, and smiled like we shared a private joke. I looked away first. I hated that. At the trailhead, the ordinary world had become almost obscene. Cars in rows, someone eating chips beside an open hatchback, a dog barking because it wanted out. Paramedics moved between ambulances, while deputies kept curious hikers back with yellow tape. Mia rode in one ambulance, Ryan in another, after the paramedics insisted his head injury and forearm laceration were not optional. I rode with Mia because she asked for me without looking at me. Her leg needed 14 stitches and had deep bruising where the board caught her thigh. Ryan had a concussion, a separated shoulder, and 9 stitches in his forearm. Daniel needed surgery on his leg. Claire had dehydration, bruised ribs, nerve compression in one wrist, and the kind of shock that made her answer questions too politely. I had torn palms, bruised ribs, a cut cheek, and a sprained foot from kicking the hatchet. The ER doctor in Springfield pressed along my side and asked if I felt safe at home. I said yes automatically, then realized I wasn't sure what the question meant anymore. The legal part came in fragments. Deputies interviewed us separately at the hospital, then again 2 days later. Detectives from Lane County and a Forest Service law enforcement officer went back to the site with a technical team. They found more fishing line, 2 trail cameras, 3 Bluetooth speakers sealed in plastic bags, and a second cheap voice recorder wedged under the bridge approach on the near side. That explained the last message after the first recorder broke. It did not make me feel better. It made me feel handled. Mark Ellery had been camping illegally off a forest road for several days. His truck was hidden under a camo tarp about half a mile from the side trail. Inside, investigators found battery packs, printed maps, zip ties, paracord, a laptop, audio software, and screenshots from public social media posts. Jonah's trailhead story was there. So were posts from Claire's hiking account and Daniel's photography page. Ellery had not known us for years. He had not been watching my apartment. He had not predicted the future. He had built a trap out of public details, timed recordings, hidden speakers, and the fact that scared people become predictable when you give them a countdown. That was the official explanation. Mostly, it fit. He had clipped our voices from Jonah's public videos, Mia's old school district presentation, one of Ryan's fire department interviews after a fundraiser, and a humiliating clip from my sister's birthday where I had shouted after dropping a hot tray. He had processed the audio badly enough that fear filled in the gaps. He had recorded some lines himself, used generated voice filters for others, and triggered several files remotely from his phone. The future screams were not future. They were bait, edited, and placed where we would hear them at the worst possible moment. Daniel had been attacked first, lured by a fake trail closure notice, and then knocked down when the bridge brace gave way. Claire had arrived next, trying to help after hearing Daniel call out. Ellery had restrained her on the far side. We were supposed to be the final audience. When detectives asked why, Ellery eventually gave them a statement that managed to be both detailed and empty. He talked about stress testing moral behavior and documenting authentic fear response. He claimed he never meant to kill anyone. Nobody believed him, especially after they found the saw marks on the bridge supports. Jonah gave the police his recording. He also deleted the trailhead post before remembering that deleting things looks suspicious, and then spent 10 minutes apologizing to a deputy who told him, not unkindly, that they had already preserved it. Mia started physical therapy 2 weeks later. She moved with a cane at first and hated every second of it. Ryan tried to help her too much, so she told him if he hovered one more time, she would use the cane as a teaching tool. They fought quietly and stayed together, which felt more honest than either breaking up or pretending trauma had made them beautiful. Jonah stopped recording ambient sound. He said it was temporary. Then he sold 2 microphones. Then he bought one back. Healing, apparently, is not a straight line. As for me, I went back to my apartment above the bakery and learned that ordinary noises had changed shape. The oven fans downstairs kicked on at 4 every morning. A delivery truck beeped in reverse in the alley. Someone in the building had a loose pipe that clicked when hot water moved through it. Click, pause, click, click. The first week, I slept with every light on. The second week, I started therapy because Mia made the appointment, and because, for once, I was too tired to argue. My therapist did not ask me to describe the scream. She asked me where I felt it in my body. I told her my hands. That surprised me until I looked down and saw the healing cuts across my palms, thin pink lines from chicken wire and plastic casing and cord. A month later, the sheriff's office let us know Ellery had taken a plea deal pending sentencing. Multiple counts: assault, kidnapping, reckless endangerment, unlawful use of a weapon, and more official words that sounded too clean for what he had done. Claire sent Mia a letter. Daniel sent Ryan a photo of the river, taken on a different day, from a safer trail, with a note that said, "Still worth seeing, unfortunately." We did not go back. None of us. The Forest Service removed the damaged bridge and posted a real closure. Online articles ran for about a week. Hiker audio trap case. Oregon man accused of staging fake future recordings. People in comments said they would have known it was fake. People always say that from their couches. The only thing that never settled was the phrase, "Don't let them find the first one." Detectives found the second recorder, the speakers, the cameras, the laptop, the phone. They found folders labeled by date and trail name. They found practice files, test screams, fake calls. They found a file labeled Rec 117B that matched one of ours. They found enough to explain nearly everything. But when I asked about the first one, Detective Alvarez, 46, female, the lead investigator from Lane County, paused for just a little too long. "We're still cataloging digital evidence," she said. "Was there another recorder? We found multiple devices." "That's not what I asked." "No," she said. "It is." She did not tell me more. Maybe she couldn't. Maybe there was an earlier victim. Maybe the first one was just another line Ellery planted in case he lost control. One last hook to keep living in our heads after the cords and batteries and speakers had been bagged as evidence. That is the explanation I try to use. Most days it works. Most days I go to work, reset passwords, buy coffee downstairs, answer Mia's texts, and hear ordinary sounds as ordinary sounds. A click is a pipe. A buzz is a phone. A voice from a speaker is just somebody watching a video too loud on the bus. But sometimes, usually early morning, when the bakery ovens start below my floor and the old pipes tick awake in the walls, I hear that rhythm again. Click, pause, click, click. And before I can stop myself, I hold my breath and listen for my own voice coming from somewhere it should not be. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first strange thing wasn't the grave. It was the sound of water hitting dry dirt at 6 a.m, steady and patient, like someone rinsing blood off a porch. I was awake because the radiators in my apartment had started clanking again. Not the normal old building tick and sigh, either. This was a hard metal knock traveling through the pipes under the floorboards. 1, 2, 1, 2, like somebody with a wrench was sending a message from the basement. I'd been lying there in the gray pre-sunrise light, staring at a crack in the ceiling, and trying to convince myself I could still get another hour before work, when I heard the water outside. At first, I thought it was rain. Then I saw the sky through the blinds. Clear, pale, cold. My name is Mara Ellison. I'm 32, female, and I'd moved to Brattleboro, Vermont, 3 weeks before this started, though moved makes it sound more deliberate than it was. Really, I had retreated. I'd left Hartford with 2 suitcases, a dented Subaru, a job I could do remotely, and the kind of exhaustion that makes every decision feel like it belongs to somebody else. My apartment was on the 2nd floor of a sagging white house on Western Avenue, split into 4 units, with a porch that leaned just enough to make delivery drivers hesitate before stepping onto it. Across the narrow side yard, beyond a crooked run of boxwood and a gravel driveway, sat the house everyone in the building called the funeral house, though it had never been one. It was just old, narrow, black-shuttered, with a widow's walk no one used, and a backyard that ran directly into Morningside Cemetery. That cemetery was part of why I had taken the place. That sounds worse than I mean it. It was quiet. That was all. Quiet in a way my old apartment in Hartford had never been. No sirens folding around the block at 2 a.m. No upstairs neighbor dropping what sounded like bowling balls. No drunk arguments under the window. Just wind through maples, the occasional freight train groaning somewhere near the river, and church bells from downtown that always sounded farther away than they were. Quiet was supposed to help. I had a problem with checking things: doors, windows, stove knobs, the little red light on the space heater. My therapist called it anxiety with compulsive safety behaviors, which sounded clean and clinical, and nothing like the feeling of getting halfway to the grocery store and having to turn around because some part of my brain had produced an image of the apartment filling with smoke. I knew it was irrational. I also knew, with the helpless certainty of a body trying to survive a threat that wasn't there, that if I ignored the feeling, something terrible would happen. So I had chosen quiet. I had chosen a cemetery. At least dead neighbors didn't leave candles burning. That morning, I pushed my blinds up with 2 fingers. The glass was cold enough to fog where I breathed on it. Outside, the side yard was blue with early light. Frost silvered the grass in patches. Somewhere below, one of my actual neighbors coughed on the porch and shut his door. A crow clicked and rasped from the roofline. Then the water sound came again. Not rain, not pipes. A soft spray. A pause. Another spray. Across the fence, in the strip where the cemetery began, an old woman stood in a tan raincoat with the hood down, watering a grave. She was small and straight-backed, her white hair pinned flat to her skull, one gloved hand wrapped around a green metal watering can. The grave in front of her was not like the others. It had no headstone, no marker, no little flag or plastic flowers, just a rectangular patch of bare soil, darker than the frost around it, set between 2 rows of older stones whose carved names had softened with age. She tipped the can again. Water pattered onto the dirt. It should have been sad. That was the reasonable explanation my half-awake brain reached for. A private ritual. A husband buried without money for a stone yet. A child. Some grief too fresh or too old to make sense to anybody watching from a bedroom window like a creep. But the grave looked wrong. Too neat. Too narrow at the shoulders and feet, if graves have shoulders and feet. Its edges were sharp, as though someone had cut through the turf recently with a flat spade, lifted the sod out in clean strips, and never bothered replacing it. The dirt had settled in the center, leaving a shallow trench. The woman bent close, not stiffly, not like someone praying, like someone listening. Then she looked up at my window. I let the blinds snap down. The sound cracked through the room. Plastic slats rattled against each other, cheap and loud. And for a second, I just stood there in my old t-shirt with my hand still raised, feeling stupid. Of course she had looked up. I had been staring at her. The cemetery was behind her house, and my apartment was practically built to overlook it. Maybe she'd heard the blinds. Maybe she hadn't seen me at all. I got dressed too quickly, which meant I put my sweater on backward, then got angry at myself like that was anyone's fault. My laptop sat open on the kitchen table, beside a mug with yesterday's tea dried into a brown crescent at the bottom. The apartment smelled like radiator dust, and the coffee grounds I'd forgotten to throw away. I went through my morning checks. Front door locked, back door locked, stove knobs off, toaster unplugged, bathroom heater unplugged, even though I hadn't used it. Then I checked the window. The old woman was gone. The dark rectangle of soil remained, wet now, almost black against the pale cemetery grass. By 8:30, I was trying to answer emails about insurance claim summaries while pretending I hadn't arranged my desk chair so I could see out the window without turning my head. That was one of the things I hated about anxiety. It made you sneaky with yourself. You could say, I'm just enjoying the light. I'm just stretching my neck. I'm just curious about the neighborhood. But your body knew. Your body was keeping watch. At 9, someone knocked on my door. Not a friendly tap, 2 knuckles, practical, apartment building official. I nearly spilled my coffee. When I opened it, Mr. Harlan was standing in the hall holding a clipboard and a screwdriver, wearing the same navy fleece vest I'd seen him in every day since I moved in. Dennis Harlan, 61, male, was my landlord and lived on the first floor with a limp he blamed on a ladder, a gutter, and my own damned pride. He had a square face, nicotine-yellowed mustache, and a habit of pretending not to notice personal distress, which in Vermont passes for kindness. He'd shown me the apartment with a contractor's flashlight and had said, "Place is old, but it won't kill you," then immediately corrected himself with, "Well, probably won't." "Radiators still banging?" he asked, like they're unionizing. His mouth twitched. "That means yes." I stepped back to let him in, then immediately glanced toward the kitchen, checking that nothing embarrassing was visible. There was plenty, moving boxes, a laundry basket full of socks, 3 dead plants I kept telling myself were dormant. He crouched by the radiator and turned the valve. It gave a small hiss, then spat rusty water onto the floorboards. "Sorry," he said, not sounding sorry. "You got a rag?" I grabbed one from under the sink. As I handed it over, I looked past him to the window. The grave was still there. The wet dirt had begun to steam a little under the thin sun. Mr. Harlan followed my gaze. He paused just long enough for me to notice. "What's with the unmarked one?" I asked, trying to make it sound casual. "In the cemetery." He wiped the valve. "Lots of old cemeteries have unmarked graves. This one looks new." He kept his eyes on the radiator. Ground shifts. In a rectangle. Now he did look at me. Not sharply. More like he was measuring how much trouble my curiosity might become. "That Mrs. Voss out there again?" he asked. "I don't know her name. Evelyn Voss. Next house over, 80-something. Don't ask me exact. Been here longer than I have." He tightened something with the screwdriver. The radiator clanked once, offended, then went quiet. "She waters that spot every morning." I asked if she waters it. I folded the rag in my hands. It was warm from the radiator water. "Saw her this morning." Mr. Harlan stood, slower than he had crouched. His knee popped audibly. "Best not to make a thing of it," he said. That was the wrong sentence to say to someone like me. "What thing?" He tucked the screwdriver into his back pocket. "Old woman has routines. Cemetery folks don't care. Neither should we. Is someone buried there, Mara?" He said my name gently, which made it worse. "I'm not trying to pry," I said, though of course I was. "It's just right outside my window." "Then close the blinds." He looked regretful as soon as he said it. Or maybe I wanted him to. A thud came from downstairs, then a woman's voice calling, "Dennis, did you take my blue tote?" He called back through my floor, "No, I did not take your blue tote. You took my green one last week." That was a laundry basket. It had handles. He sighed in a way that suggested this was a long-standing legal dispute. The voice belonged to Clara Polk, 48, female, who occupied the front apartment below mine and worked as a part-time librarian at Brooks Memorial Library. I'd met her on my second day when she caught me carrying a box labeled kitchen and said, "That's either optimism or a cry for help." Clara had auburn hair she wore in a messy braid, reading glasses on a chain, and the brisk, amused confidence of someone who had decided long ago that most problems could be improved with soup or a label maker. Mr. Harlan gathered his clipboard. "You settling in okay otherwise?" "Sure." He looked at the 3 dead plants, the boxes, the unplugged toaster sitting on the floor instead of the counter. "Good," he said. After he left, I stood at the door with my hand on the deadbolt. I locked it, unlocked it, locked it again. Then I hated myself for doing it. Work became impossible by late morning. Every claim summary blurred into little blocks of disaster: basement flooding, rear end collision, electrical fire due to faulty extension cord. The job was not ideal for someone afraid of preventable accidents, but it paid on time and didn't require me to pretend I was cheerful in an office. At 11:45, I gave up and went downstairs to check the mail. The hallway smelled like old wood, lemon cleaner, and somebody's toast. Outside, the air had warmed just enough to melt frost into beads on the porch railing. A delivery truck rattled past. From downtown, a siren rose briefly, then faded toward Main Street. Clara was by the mailboxes, arguing with a padded envelope that refused to fit through the slot. "Don't stand there judging me," she said without turning. "This is between me and the United States Postal Service." I wasn't judging. It's exactly what a judge would say. I smiled because she made it easy. That was dangerous too. I had a habit of attaching too quickly to people who were kind in small ways, then pulling away when they noticed too much. She got the envelope free and tucked it under her arm. "How's upstairs? Dennis fix the radiator or just insult it?" "Both." Classic technique. I opened my mailbox. Empty, except for a coupon flyer and a previous tenant's credit card offer. Clara glanced toward the side yard. "You saw Evelyn this morning." It wasn't a question. I shut the mailbox too hard. Metal clanged in the little vestibule. Does everyone know about that? Small building, big windows. She lowered her voice, though no one else was there. "Don't let Dennis make you feel weird. We've all noticed." "Noticed what?" Clara looked through the glass of the front door toward the neighboring house. From here, you could see only its side porch and the top of a rusted garden gate. "She goes out before sunrise," she said. "Waters that patch. Sometimes talks. Sometimes just stands there. In winter, she pours from a thermos so the water doesn't freeze in the can." I tried to laugh. It came out thin. "That's committed. It's grief or guilt. Around here, those can look pretty similar." "Do you know who's buried there?" Clara's expression changed. Not fear exactly. Discomfort. The kind people get when a conversation has wandered near a room they know is unlocked, but still don't want to enter. "There's no official grave there," she said. "What does that mean?" "It means Morningside has maps, records, volunteers who get extremely intense about Revolutionary War stones. That spot isn't listed, but it's dug like a grave." "Yeah, The word sat between us. Then the front door opened, and Mrs. Voss herself stepped inside. She was closer now than she had been from my window, and not as frail as distance had made her seem. Evelyn Voss, 84, female, was short, narrow-shouldered, and dressed in a tan raincoat buttoned to the throat, with brown leather gloves and black rubber boots clean, except for a rim of dark soil around the soles. Her face had deep vertical lines around the mouth, the kind made less by smiling than by holding back words. She carried the empty green watering can in one hand. The metal handle clicked softly against the can with each step. Clara straightened. "Morning, Evelyn." Mrs. Voss looked at her, then at me. Her eyes were a flat, washed blue. "You're the new girl upstairs," she said, not unkindly. "Not kindly either. I'm Mara." "I know." Of course she did. Mr. Harlan had probably told her, or Clara, or anyone. My name was on the mailbox. Still, the way she said it made the skin along my arms tighten under my sweater. Mrs. Voss shifted the watering can. A drop fell from the spout onto the entryway tile. Tap. "You have a good view from that room," she said. Clara glanced at me. I said, "I didn't mean to stare." "No," Mrs. Voss said. "Most people don't mean to." There were a lot of ways to take that, none of them comfortable. She stepped past us to the inner hallway, moving toward the back door that led out near her driveway. As she passed, I smelled damp wool, soil, and something medicinal like camphor. Then she stopped with one gloved hand on the doorframe. "If the ground sinks more," she said, "don't go near it." My mouth went dry in the plainest, most physical way. Tongue against teeth, coffee bitterness at the back of my throat. "Why would it sink?" I asked. Mrs. Voss looked down at her boots. "Because some things don't stay filled." Then she went out the back. The door shut softly behind her. For a few seconds, Clara and I didn't say anything. Outside, a car hissed over wet pavement. Somewhere upstairs, my radiator gave a single embarrassed tick. Finally, Clara said, "Well, that was new." I turned to her. "New." She usually just tells people not to park in her driveway. We both looked toward the back door. The choice arrived without announcing itself, which is how most bad decisions begin. I could go upstairs, close the blinds, answer my emails, and let old grief stay old grief. I could tell myself Mrs. Voss was lonely. The grave was probably a family pet. The cemetery records were probably incomplete, and the warning had been nothing more than an eccentric woman protecting a private ritual. Or I could walk the 20 yards around the side of the house with Clara and look at the patch of wet dirt before the sun dried it. Clara must have seen it on my face because she tucked the padded envelope under one arm and said, "I've got 15 minutes before I need to leave for work." I should have said no. Instead, I reached for the back door, and before I opened it, I checked the lock twice. The back door stuck in its frame, swollen from last night's cold, and for a second I thought that was going to be our excuse. Clara pulled once. Nothing. She set her padded envelope on the little table by the recycling bins, gripped the knob with both hands, and gave it a shoulder. The door popped open with a wooden crack that carried across the yard. We both froze. Across the narrow strip of driveway, Mrs. Voss's house sat with all its curtains drawn. The tan raincoat was no longer visible. Neither was she. One upstairs window showed a small pale triangle where the curtain didn't quite meet the sill, and I found myself staring at it the way you stare at a face in a dark car, trying to decide whether it's looking back. Clara whispered, "That sounded worse than it was." "Did it?" "Yes, you're lying. A little." The cold air slid under my sweater and made the damp collar at my neck itch. Behind us, the door began to swing shut on its old hinge, and I caught it before it latched. Then I checked the lock. Once, just once. Clara saw my hand pause over it a second time and said, not sharply, "Mara, I know. We're only stepping outside. I know." I let go of the knob. We walked down the 3 concrete steps into the shared backyard, where frost still clung in the shadows under the porch. The house behind ours had once been painted yellow, maybe, but time had turned it the color of weak tea. A rusted clothesline pole leaned near the fence. Somebody's forgotten plastic planter lay cracked beside the cellar bulkhead. The cemetery began almost without announcing itself. No tall iron fence here, just a low stone wall broken in 2 places, and a slope of old grass rising toward rows of markers. Morningside Cemetery was bigger from the inside than it looked from my window. From above, it had seemed tidy and flat, a muted green rectangle between houses and maple trees. Standing at its edge, I could see how the ground rolled and dipped, how the older stones leaned at odd angles, how the names faced different directions, as if no one had ever agreed on where the road was supposed to be. The wet patch was 20 yards in, between a pair of slate headstones with rounded shoulders. Clara moved first. I followed, watching the grass for hidden holes, because my brain had already begun producing helpful little warnings. Twisted ankle, broken wrist, rusty nail through shoe. Oil smelled colder out here, not like summer garden dirt. This smelled mineral and sour, soaked through with old leaves. The patch looked worse up close. It was not a grave in the formal sense. No mound, no flowers, no marker, just an oblong cut in the grass, maybe 6 feet by 2.5, with corners too straight to be natural. The center had sunk several inches below the surrounding turf. Water had collected there in a shallow pool, making a skin of mud that trembled when the wind touched it. On one edge, little clumps of grass lay upside down, roots exposed, as though someone had peeled the ground back recently and tried to press it into place again. Clara crouched, careful not to step on it. "Don't," I said too quickly. She looked back at me. "Sorry," I said. Mrs. Voss said not to go near it." "I'm near it. I'm not in it. That distinction feels thin." She gave the ground a librarian's inspection, which was more intense than I expected. "This is fresh." "How fresh?" "I'm not a grave expert, but you know cemetery people. I know retirees with clipboards who enjoy correcting each other about birth dates." She pointed with 2 fingers. "See that? The grass was cut, not torn. Somebody used a spade. A dog barked somewhere behind the row of houses. Another answered farther away. The sound bounced flatly through the cold morning. I looked toward Mrs. Voss's house again. The upstairs curtain was still uneven. Could it be a pet? I asked. Maybe. Do people bury pets in cemeteries? Not legally. Great. People do lots of things that aren't legal. She said it lightly, but her face had tightened. There was something in the mud. At first, I thought it was a root. A pale line just under the surface revealed where the water had loosened the top layer. I leaned closer, but not too close. It curved slightly, smooth, not fibrous. Clara, she followed my gaze. Neither of us spoke for a moment. Then she said, "That might be plastic." "Right. Or old ceramic. Some grave decorations break and get buried." "Right. But it didn't look like plastic. It looked like a finger bone." My vision did something unpleasant then, narrowing at the edges like my body was trying to crop the world down to a manageable size. I stepped back and almost tripped over the footstone behind me. Clara caught my sleeve. "Hey, careful. I'm fine." "You are not fine. Don't touch it." "I wasn't going to." "Don't let me touch it either." That got a look from her, confused for half a second, then understanding. "I won't," she said. The promise should have helped. It didn't, because my head had already started listing what needed doing. Take a photo. Call someone. Don't contaminate it. Don't panic. Don't panic visibly. Don't check your phone battery 5 times. Don't imagine how long something has to be buried before it stops looking like part of someone. Clara stood and pulled her phone from the back pocket of her jeans. "I'm calling Dennis." "Why Dennis?" "Because he knows the cemetery board people, and because if we call the police and it's a piece of plastic, I don't want to be known as the woman who reported a yogurt lid as human remains. If it's a bone, we should call the police." "I know, Clara," I said. "I know." Her voice had an edge now, not anger exactly, but pressure. Maybe she was scared too and just had better posture. She called Dennis on speaker. It rang 6 times. Then, "What?" His voice was muffled, irritated. "Dennis, it's Clara. We're in the cemetery." A pause. "You're where?" "In the cemetery behind the house, by Evelyn's spot." Another pause, longer. Then his tone changed. "Get out of there." I heard a door slam on his end. Clara glanced at me. "There's something showing in the mud," she said. "Could be nothing. Could be bone." "Do not touch it," Dennis said. "We haven't. Step away from it." "We are away. Farther than that." "We don't know where you think we're standing, Dennis." "I'm coming." The call ended. Clara lowered the phone. Well, that was clarifying. Was it? No. The wind lifted loose hair around her face. She tucked it behind one ear, but it came free again. We both stood there, a ridiculous pair of adults pretending we hadn't just been told to flee a patch of mud by a man who usually considered raccoons a solvable plumbing issue. A sound came from Mrs. Voss's yard. Metal scraping. We turned at the same time. Her side gate had opened. Evelyn Voss stood on the other side of the broken stone wall, not 10 yards away. She was not wearing the raincoat now, just a dark cardigan over a house dress and the same rubber boots. Without the coat, she looked smaller, but her hands were steady on the gate. "You shouldn't be here," she said. Clara said, "Evelyn, there may be something in the ground." "I know what's in the ground." The words came out flat. A crow rattled overhead. Its wings made a papery sound as it lifted from a maple branch. My heart began hitting too hard, not fast exactly, just heavy, as if my chest had become a door someone was knocking on from inside. Clara took one step toward Mrs. Voss. "Then you need to tell us." Mrs. Voss looked at me instead. "You brought her." "I didn't bring anyone," I said. "You opened the door." That was absurd, but it landed where it was meant to. My hand twitched toward my pocket. keys, toward locks and latches, and all the tiny barriers I believed could keep things in their proper places. Clara noticed. Evelyn, don't. The old woman's mouth tightened. You have to leave it alone until afternoon. Why afternoon? Clara asked. No answer. A truck rumbled past on the street below, too far away to see, but loud enough that its engine growl filled the gap. Mrs. Voss waited until it faded. Then she said, because they come before dark. Clara's eyes flicked to mine. They? I asked. Mrs. Voss shut her lips. The gate behind her swung gently, bumping the post. Tap, tap. A man's voice called from our side of the cemetery. Hey, Dennis was coming up the slope from the backyard, moving fast despite his bad knee, one hand out for balance. He had put on a jacket, but not zipped it. His face was flushed. Everybody off the grave, he said. We are not on it, Clara snapped. You know what I mean. Stopped short when he saw Mrs. Voss. For a moment, the three of them formed a strange triangle. Clara by the mud, Dennis at the slope, Mrs. Voss at the gate. I stood slightly behind, useless, and too aware of every place my shoes had touched. Dennis looked at Mrs. Voss. Evelyn. She looked back at him. You said they filled it. I said they handled it. That isn't the same. Don't do this here. Clara raised both hands. I'm sorry, but what exactly are we not doing here? Dennis rubbed his jaw. His hand trembled once, then stopped. We need to call the town. The town, I said. Cemetery Commission, Public Works. Maybe police, depending on whether that's a bone. His eyes shifted to the patch. He saw it. Whatever doubt had been left in his face drained out. He took his phone from his pocket, turned away, and dialed. We listened to half a conversation full of official words spoken too quietly. Disturbed ground, possible remains, Morningside, yes again. And then, after a silence, no, I am not waiting until Monday, again. That was the word that stayed with me, again. Clara heard it too. She hugged herself, padded envelope forgotten back in the entryway. Mrs. Voss said, they won't come fast. Dennis covered the phone and turned. Evelyn, go inside. No, please. No. His voice dropped. You're going to make it worse. She laughed once. Not loud, not amused, just a single brittle breath. It has been worse for 40 years. Dennis closed his eyes. On the phone, someone was talking. He uncovered it and said, yes, I'm here. No, no one touched anything. A lie, technically. We hadn't touched the object, but our footprints were in the grass. The back door had cracked open. Clara had crouched. I had nearly stepped on a footstone. Suddenly, every tiny movement felt like evidence of something ruined. The time-sensitive part arrived in the form of weather. At first, it was just one drop on my cheek, cold, then another on my hand. I looked up, confused because the sky had been clear, but Vermont had apparently decided that was only a suggestion. Low clouds had pushed over the ridge, gray and swollen. The first drops made dark freckles on the dry stones. Rain. Clara swore softly. Dennis looked at the grave, then at the water already pooled in the center. Damn it. What? I asked. If that washes out, anything exposed could move, or sink farther, or get covered. Is someone coming? Police dispatcher is trying to reach an officer and the cemetery commission chair. Public Works won't touch it unless police clear it. How long? He didn't answer. Dennis. Could be 20 minutes, could be 2 hours. The rain picked up. Not a downpour yet. Worse, somehow. A steady, needling drizzle that tapped on leaves, coat sleeves, headstones. The muddy pool in the sunken patch trembled harder. A small clump of soil slewed from the left edge and slid into the trench. The pale object shifted. I made a sound I didn't mean to make. Clara heard it and moved closer, but I stepped back. I need to call 911, I said. Already did, Dennis said. No, you called the town. I called dispatch. I mean emergency. Human remains in a cemetery seems like an emergency. It's not a burning building. The phrase hit wrong. My apartment in Hartford had not burned. That was the stupid part. Nothing had happened. I'd left a candle lit once before work, remembered 2 blocks away, and run back so hard I threw up in the stairwell. The candle had been fine, sitting in a dish, flames steady as a tiny eye. But after that, every unchecked object became the start of a disaster. Fire was always waiting in my head. Doors left unlocked, appliances humming. One missed step and the whole world punished you. I took out my phone. My hands were wet enough that the screen didn't respond the first time, or the second. Come on, I whispered. Clara said, Mara, breathe. I am breathing. You're holding it. I wiped the screen on my sweater and dialed. The dispatcher answered in a calm voice that made me want to either cry or confess to something. Windham County 911. What is the address of your emergency? I gave the address, then talked too fast. Cemetery. Possible bone. Disturbed grave. Rain. The dispatcher asked if anyone was injured, if anyone was actively digging, if there were weapons, if the remains appeared recent. Recent. I looked at the mud. I don't know, I said. It's just one piece. We didn't touch it. Please keep all parties away from the area, she said. An officer will respond when available. When available, I have your call entered. The line clicked into a different kind of quiet, not disconnected, but procedural. Done with me. When I lowered the phone, Dennis was watching me with something like pity. That annoyed me enough to stand straighter. Mrs. Voss had not moved. Rain silvered her hair, her cardigan darkened at the shoulders. Go inside, Dennis told her again. She looked past him toward the lower cemetery path. A white van had pulled up by the curb on the far side of the cemetery. Not a police cruiser. Not public works. A plain cargo van with mud splashed up the sides and no company name. It idled at the entrance. The engine noise reached us a second later, low and uneven. Clara said, Do you recognize that? Dennis didn't answer quickly enough. The van door opened. A man stepped out wearing a dark hoodie under a work jacket, baseball cap low over his face. He looked around once, not like a mourner, not like someone lost, like someone checking whether he had been seen. Then he reached into the van and pulled out a folded tarp. Mrs. Voss whispered, Too early. The words were almost lost in the rain. Dennis turned on her. Who did you call? I didn't. Evelyn, I didn't call them. The man by the van started walking up the cemetery path, not hurrying. That made it worse. He moved like he already knew where he was going. Clara grabbed my sleeve. Her fingers were cold through the fabric. We should go. Yes, I said. But Mrs. Voss stepped over the broken stone wall into the cemetery. Evelyn, no, Dennis said. She ignored him and moved toward the wet patch. The old woman was not fast, but she was determined in that frightening way old people can be when they stop caring what their bodies can afford. Her boots sank slightly in the soft grass. Rain ran down her face. The man with the tarp saw her. He stopped. For 1 second, nobody moved. Then he started walking faster. Dennis swore and limped after Mrs. Voss. Clara followed him. I stood there with my phone still in my hand, the dispatcher's phrase repeating uselessly in my head. Keep all parties away from the area. All parties. As if parties listened. As if locks stayed locked just because you checked them. The ground gave a soft, wet sigh. The left edge of the patch collapsed inward, not dramatically, not like a movie grave opening, just a quiet slump of saturated soil and grass, enough to widen the dark trench by several inches. Water poured into the gap. The pale object rolled free, briefly visible against the mud. It wasn't plastic. It wasn't ceramic. It was a small human bone, and beside it, half buried under the sliding soil, was the corner of a black trash bag. Clara whispered, "Oh God." The man with the tarp broke into a run, and Mrs. Voss, still moving toward the collapsing ground, reached into the pocket of her cardigan and took out a key ring with a single long brass key on it. Dennis shouted, "Don't give it to them." That was when I understood we were not waiting for help anymore. Help was coming slowly. The rain was coming fast, and someone else had arrived first. The man with the tarp reached the lower path before Dennis could get to Mrs. Voss. That was the geography of it, as plain and unfair as a map. Our rental house sat west of the cemetery, up against the broken stone wall. Mrs. Voss's narrow, black-shuttered house stood just north of us, her side gate opening directly into the grass between the old slate markers. The unmarked patch lay 15 yards east of that wall, on a slight rise. The cemetery's main gravel drive curved up from Western Avenue on the south side, where the white van idled near the entrance. Between the van and the patch were 3 rows of headstones, a pair of maple trees, and a slick, sloping strip of grass already turning to mud. The man knew the route. He cut between the stones without looking down. Dennis tried to intercept him and nearly went over when his bad knee buckled in the wet grass. Clara caught his elbow. He shook her off, not ungratefully, just too scared to accept help. "Back up," he shouted at the man. "Police are on their way." The man slowed, but didn't stop. Up close, he was younger than I'd expected. Maybe late 30s male, with a patchy beard, a red mark across the bridge of his nose from cheap sunglasses, and work boots darkened by rain. His jacket had no logo. His face had the pinched look of someone who hadn't slept enough and blamed everyone else for it. "Not your property, Dennis," he called. Clara said under her breath, "So they know each other." Mrs. Voss stood beside the sunken patch, the brass key closed inside her fist. The rain had plastered her cardigan to her shoulders. She looked breakable out there in the gray light, but when the man came closer, she lifted her chin. "You're early," she said. The man smiled without warmth. "Schedule changed. Who sent you? You know who." "I don't." He stopped 3 yards from her, the folded tarp hanging from one hand. Water ran from the brim of his cap in a thin stream. "Don't start that." Dennis limped between them, breathing hard. Ray, listen to me. There's a 911 call in. If you touch that ground now, you're going to get yourself jammed up bad. Ray, a name. It made him more frightening, not less. Monsters in my head were vague. Men named Ray got parking tickets and bought coffee, and knew which cemeteries had broken side walls. Ray shifted his attention to me and Clara. Hooray, they, neighbors, Clara said. Then they should go be neighbors somewhere else. No one's touching anything, Dennis said. Ray gave the tarp a little shake. Rain snapped off its plastic folds. That's what I'm here to make sure of. By then, I had my phone up, recording. My fingers were stiff with cold, and the screen kept collecting drops, but I managed to hit the red button. I didn't feel brave. I felt ridiculous and exposed, holding a rectangle of glass in front of me like it could stop a person with a reason to be violent. Ray saw it. His face changed. Put that away. Clara stepped slightly in front of me. You're in a public cemetery. I said, put it away. Dennis said, Ray. Ray moved fast, not at me, at Mrs. Voss. He lunged for the key in her hand, and she jerked back, but the grass under her boots was too slick. Her heel slid toward the collapsed edge of the patch. For one horrible second, she windmilled beside the open mud, one thin arm thrown wide, the other clamped to her chest. I didn't think. I grabbed her. My left shoe sank ankle deep in the soft rim. Mud sucked around it with a wet sound. Pain shot up my calf as my foot twisted against something buried and hard, maybe a stone, maybe a root. I got one hand around the back of Mrs. Voss's cardigan and pulled. Clara grabbed my coat from behind. Dennis shoved Ray with both hands. All four of us stumbled backward in pieces. Mrs. Voss hit the ground sitting. Clara landed on one knee. Dennis stayed upright by grabbing a headstone. Ray recovered first. He had the key. Mrs. Voss made a sound I never wanted to hear from another person. Not a scream. A small, cracked no dragged from somewhere too old to be loud. Ray backed away, breathing through his mouth. I lifted the phone again, but my hand shook so badly the frame caught mostly grass and Clara's boot. Ray Wilmot, Dennis said, voice low now. You give that back. Ray's eyes flicked to the road, to the van, to the sagging gray sky. Tell the cops whatever you want. Then he ran. That was our first attempt. Stop him at the grave. We failed. All we got was a name, a face, and Mrs. Voss sitting in wet grass with mud on one palm, staring at her empty hand. Clara helped her up. Are you hurt? Mrs. Voss didn't answer. Evelyn. He can't open it without knowing which door, she whispered. Dennis turned on her. What door? She looked at him, as if he had disappointed her in a way she'd expected for years. You knew there was a door. I knew rumors. You knew enough. Ray was already halfway down the slope. The tarp flapped in his hand now, useless without the bone or bag, but the key flashed between his fingers. He avoided the main row of stones and cut toward the lower path where the van waited with its rear doors shut and engine running. We can't let him leave, Clara said. Dennis had his phone out. I'll get the plate. I wiped rain off my screen and tried to zoom in. My phone camera kept pulsing in and out, confused by water and distance. The license plate was streaked with mud. I caught maybe 3 characters. Vermont plate, white van, cargo type, man named Ray Wilmot. be enough. It did not feel like enough. Dennis called 911 again, while Clara and I got Mrs. Voss away from the grave. My ankle throbbed each time I put weight on it, a hot thread inside the cold. Mud had worked into my sock. The little pale bone lay, exposed now beside the black trash bag corner, rain dotting its surface. Kept trying not to look at it and failing. Ray reached the van. The rear doors suddenly banged from the inside. 3 hard hits. Clara stopped walking. What was that? Another bang. Metal hollow and violent. The van rocked slightly. I forgot about my ankle, forgot the rain, forgot everything except that sound. Bang, bang, bang. Mrs. Voss's face crumpled in a way that made her look suddenly less secretive and more terrified. Clara whispered, "Is someone in there?" Dennis snapped into movement. "Stay here." "No," Clara said, "absolutely not." But he was already limping downhill, phone to his ear, shouting at the dispatcher. "There may be somebody inside the van. Send police now." "No, now." Ray had frozen by the driver's door. For a second, even he looked startled. Then came a muffled bark, a dog. The tension broke in the ugliest possible way. Not relief exactly, because my body didn't know what to do with the extra fear. It just had nowhere to put it. The banging came again, followed by frantic scratching from inside the van and a high, panicked whine. "A dog," Clara said, breathless. "Jesus." Ray yanked open the driver's door, climbed in, and shouted something we couldn't hear. The barking got louder. He slammed the door. The van lurched forward, tires spitting gravel, then turned too sharply at the cemetery entrance and clipped the curb. Dennis got close enough to read more of the plate. He shouted it into the phone. Then the van was gone down Western Avenue, engine grinding as it picked up speed toward the bridge. We stood in the rain listening to the sound fade. The misdirection should have embarrassed me. It did, a little. I had imagined a person trapped back there. A hand hitting metal. A kidnapping. Something immediate and unbearable. Instead, Ray had a dog in the cargo area, maybe frightened by thunder or our shouting. But the fact that it was explainable didn't make the morning normal again. It only proved how easily our minds could fill a van with the worst thing possible, and still be less strange than what was actually happening beside us in the mud. Dennis came back up the slope pale and limping worse. "Officers coming," he said. 10, maybe 15 if he's clear across town." "You said 20 minutes last time," Clara said. "I'm telling you what they told me. And the van. They have the plate, partial anyway." Mrs. Voss clutched her cardigan closed. "Ray won't go far." "Why?" I asked. She looked toward her house. "Because he still needs what's under the floor." That was when Dennis stopped pretending he didn't know anything. He stared at her. Clara stared at both of them. My ankle pulsed. Rain ran down my neck. The exposed bone sat in the mud behind us, small and plain and human. "What floor?" I asked. Mrs. Voss said nothing. Dennis wiped rain off his face with both hands. "Evelyn, he has the key," she said. "He'll try the shed first, then the cellar." Never listened properly. "Whose cellar?" Clara asked. Mrs. Voss turned toward her house. The black shuttered place looked shut down from the outside. Curtains drawn, porch empty. 2 basement windows set low in the foundation, both clouded with grime. The side gate was still open, tapping softly against its latch in the wind. Tap, 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 Dennis said. No one is going into your house. If he has the key, he can get into part of it. Which part? Mrs. Voss hesitated. Clara's voice sharpened. Evelyn, we are very past the point where withholding information is protective. The old woman flinched, and Clara immediately looked sorry, but did not take it back. Mrs. Voss said, There's an old root cellar behind the coal room. The key opens the outside bulkhead. My husband put a hasp on it after the first time. The first time what? I asked. She looked at the grave. After they moved her. No one spoke. Moved her, not buried her, not found her. Moved her. Dennis swore quietly. You should have told someone. I told your father. My father died 8 years ago. And he told me to keep watering until it stopped sinking. That sentence was so absurd, so practical and terrible, that I almost laughed. Maybe my face did something because Mrs. Voss looked at me with sudden anger. You think old women make up chores because we have nothing left to do, she said. I watered it because wet soil shows the settling. I could see when they'd been back. Clara said very carefully, Who are they? Mrs. Voss's mouth closed. Second attempt. Preserve the evidence and wait for police. It failed slowly. The rain thickened from drizzle into real weather. It came through the maples in a constant ticking sheet, flattening the grass and turning the cemetery paths the color of weak coffee. Dennis had us form an awkward barrier 10 feet from the patch, not touching anything, just standing where our bodies might discourage anyone from approaching until police arrived. Clara found fallen branches under the maple and placed them in a rough perimeter, careful to leave space between the sticks and the disturbed ground. I took more photos from different angles. The patch, the bone, the trash bag corner, the collapsed edge, our footprints, Ray's footprints. My hands were so cold the phone felt like a bar of soap. Cloud backup, Clara said. What? Send them to someone. Upload them something. My service is bad. Try, I tried. One photo sent to my own email. Then the signal dropped to 1 bar and spun uselessly. The black trash bag began to show more. Rain loosened the mud around it, revealing a folded seam and a piece of gray duct tape stuck to the plastic. The bag was not large enough to hold a body. That was the first rational thought. It was maybe the size of a bread loaf. Evidence, then, or trash, or something placed there to be found. Mrs. Voss stood apart from us, facing her house. Not the grave anymore. Her house. One needs to watch the bulkhead, she said. No, Dennis said immediately. Ray will come back. The police will handle Ray. Police don't know the cellar. That's because you didn't tell them. The old woman's face twisted. You think I didn't try to tell people things. You think men with clipboards and badges listened in 1983 when a woman said the ground behind her house had been dug up. They told me cemetery soil settles. They told me grief makes patterns. They told me to rest. Clara softened. Evelyn, who was she? Mrs. Voss looked at the mud. My sister. A simple answer, too simple to carry what it carried. Her name was Rose, Mrs. Voss said. Rose Voss, 26, female, missing from this street in March of 1983. Officially, she ran away. Was she buried there? I asked. No. Then why? Because parts of her were. The rain made tiny bursts in the muddy water. Dennis turned away and pressed his fist to his mouth. I felt my stomach pull tight, not nausea exactly, but the body preparing itself to reject the world. Clara's voice was very small. Evelyn. She had a green coat, Mrs. Voss said. She hated mushrooms. She sang to the radio so badly that my mother used to bang on the wall. That's what I remember, and everyone else remembers paperwork. None of us had anything useful to say to that. A siren sounded faintly. For 1 second, hope moved through us. Then it passed on Western Avenue without slowing, Doppler rising and falling as it headed toward downtown. Clara closed her eyes. Not for us. The cemetery seemed to shrink after that. The rows of stones, the slope to the road, the broken wall, the side gate, Mrs. Voss's drawn curtains. Everything felt closer, more boxed in. My ankle hurt badly now, and each pulse of pain made me aware of how long we had been standing in wet clothes, how little help had actually arrived, how much of our plan depended on other people doing their jobs at the exact right time. My phone buzzed. For 1 bright second, I thought it was the police. It was an email bounce. The photo had not sent. I laughed once, too loudly. Clara looked at me. Mara, I'm fine. You keep saying that. Because I keep wanting it to be true. He nodded like that was fair. Then Mrs. Voss's house made a sound, not the gate, glass breaking. It came from the north side, sharp and unmistakable, followed by a muffled thud from inside. Dennis turned. Damn it, Clara said. Was that another sound? Wood scraping against wood. Then the high bark of Ray's dog from somewhere behind the house, not at the road, close, too close. Ray had circled back, not to the grave, to the house. Mrs. Voss started walking toward the gate. Dennis grabbed her arm. No. He'll get under the floor, she said. Let him. Police are coming. You don't understand. Then explain it. She looked at the grave, then at her house, and finally at me, as though my being new made me somehow less contaminated by the years of silence. There's a box, she said. Rose kept it under the pantry floor. Names, dates, receipts. Men who came to my father's garage after hours. Men who took girls in cars and brought the cars back clean. She was going to give it to a reporter. Then she vanished. Clara's mouth parted. Dennis let go of Mrs. Voss's arm as if it had burned him. From Mrs. Voss's house came another crash. This one heavier. A shelf, maybe, or a door forced open. The police were not there. Ray was inside a house with the key, a dog, and possibly the evidence that explained why a woman had been reduced to bones, and rumor 40 years earlier. My safe choice was still available in theory. Go upstairs. Lock my door. Let the old, terrible story belong to old, terrible people. I could tell myself I had called 911. I had done the correct thing. I had not touched the bone. I had not made anything worse. Then Mrs. Voss pulled free of Dennis and ran, not well, not fast, but toward her house, through rain and cemetery grass, her boots slipping on the slope. Clara swore and went after her. Dennis followed. I stayed still for 1 heartbeat. 2. The back door of our building was behind me. The way out. The way back to locked rooms and checked knobs and blinds, pulled down against everything I could not control. Then Ray shouted from inside Mrs. Voss's house. The sound broke off into a crash. The dog began barking wildly. And from somewhere low under the house, beneath the pantry or cellar, or whatever hidden place Mrs. Voss had guarded for decades, came the thin, rising whine of an old smoke alarm. Not loud at first, just a cheap battery alarm waking up. Beep, beep, beep. Smoke pushed from the broken basement window in a gray ribbon. That was the point where retreat stopped being a choice. Because an old woman had gone inside. Because Clara was right behind her. Because the police were still not there. And because every locked door fear I had ever tried to outcheck had finally found a real fire to wear as a face. The smoke alarm kept beeping under Mrs. Voss's house like it was counting down. Not loud enough to save anyone from a distance. Not one of those modern alarms that shrieked through walls and woke whole neighborhoods. This was thin and cheap and tired, chirping from somewhere below the kitchen floor, swallowed by rain, wind, and the dark siding of the old house. Beep, beep, beep. Mrs. Voss reached the side gate first, which should have been impossible. Clara was younger by 36 years, Dennis bigger and taller, and I was hobbling behind them with one ankle that felt like someone had wrapped hot wire around the joint. But Mrs. Voss had the advantage of terror sharpened by 40 years. She moved like the house was pulling her by a string. "Evelyn," Clara yelled. Mrs. Voss shoved through the gate. The Voss house sat north of our rental, close enough that the narrow driveway between them barely fit a car. From the cemetery side, the yard sloped down toward a small back porch and a cellar bulkhead half hidden by weeds and old hydrangea stalks. The broken basement window was on the east foundation wall, low to the ground, a rectangle of jagged glass rimmed in soot. Smoke pushed out in damp puffs, gray against the rain. Ray's dog barked from the side yard. Then a man shouted inside the house. "Where is it?" The words came through the broken window, rough and muffled. Mrs. Voss stopped at the bulkhead doors. They were open. The brass key hung from the hasp. Ray had used it and left it there. For 1 second, all of us just stared at that key swinging in the rain, so ordinary and terrible. A single piece of metal had opened a 40-year secret. That was how fragile things were. Not curses, not ghosts. A key, an old lock, one man with enough nerve to come back before police arrived. Dennis grabbed the key and shoved it into his pocket. "No one goes down there," he said. Mrs. Voss turned on him. "Rose's box is under the pantry, and the cellar is smoking. He'll burn it. Then he burns it." She slapped him. It wasn't hard. It was an old woman's slap, more bone than force, but the sound cracked cleanly in the wet yard. Dennis did not move. Mrs. Voss said, "Your father said that too." Clara stepped between them. "Stop, both of you, inside." Something heavy dragged across the floorboards, a chair or a cabinet. Then Ray coughed, not dramatically. A wet, irritated hack. Smoke thickened from the broken window. "Ray," Dennis shouted toward the house. "Get out. Fire department is coming." No answer. I looked at my phone. 1 bar. My 911 call still showed in recent calls, but no updates, no comforting map dot, no message from anyone saying help was a block away. Rain ran down the screen and blurred my reflection into a pale smear. My whole life had narrowed to 2 doors. The back door of my building behind me, safe and useless. The cellar bulkhead in front of me, open and breathing smoke. "Call again," Clara said to me. I don't have service. I tried. The call failed before it even rang. That should have made the choice clearer, but it didn't. Nothing in emergencies becomes clean just because time is running out. You still have to decide with bad information. You still have to choose which mistake you can live with. Ray shouted again from inside. "Old bitch, where's the board?" Mrs. Voss made a small forward movement, like her body had decided before the rest of her. Clara grabbed her. "No, let me go. No. He doesn't know which board. Then good. He'll tear up the whole pantry. He'll find it." The dog barked again, closer now. A medium-sized black and brown mutt appeared around the corner of the house, leash dragging through the mud. Its ears were back, eyes bright with panic. It came toward us and then stopped, barking at the open bulkhead, afraid to go down. Something popped inside, a sharp crack. Then a different smell reached us through the rain. Not just smoke, burning plastic. Dennis's face changed. "He's got something electrical going." "Like what?" I asked. "Heat gun, torch, I don't know." Clara looked at the smoke. "We can't wait." Dennis pointed at her. "We absolutely can. He's in there with evidence. He's in there with smoke, broken glass, and maybe fire. He could die," I said. Dennis looked at me like he hated that I'd said it. Ray was a threat. Ray had stolen the key. Ray might be burning the only proof Rose Voss had ever left. But he was still a person inside a smoking house, and if we stood outside while he suffocated, that would become part of us too. Maybe not legally. Maybe not in a way anyone else could measure. But bodies keep records. I knew that already. Clara pulled her phone out and held it up, searching for signal. Back porch might have better service. "I'll go," I said. "You can barely walk." "I can still go." I limped toward the back porch before anyone could argue. The steps were slick with moss, and my ankle buckled on the second one. Pain flashed white and immediate. I caught the railing, splinters biting into my palm. For half a second, I nearly folded over. Then I heard Mrs. Voss behind me say, "The box is under the loose pine board by the pantry stove." Clear as a confession. Ray heard her too. Inside the house, all movement stopped. Clara whispered, "Evelyn." Mrs. Voss covered her mouth with both hands, horrified at herself. Then the floorboards inside started pounding. Ray had the answer now, because she had given it to him. Dennis slammed a fist into the siding. Damn it, I got to the porch door. It was locked from inside, but the glass pane rattled loose in its frame. Through the rain-streaked window, I could see a kitchen beyond, yellowed cabinets, a hanging calendar from 3 years ago, a small table with a vinyl cloth, and smoke crawling low along the ceiling from a doorway at the far end. No flames visible. Not yet. My phone found 2 bars. I dialed 911 again. This time it rang. "This is Mara Ellison," I said when the dispatcher answered, words running into each other. "Same address, Morningside Cemetery. Now there's smoke in the house next door. An intruder inside, elderly homeowner outside, possible human remains in the cemetery. We need police and fire." The dispatcher started asking questions. I answered what I could. Address. Smoke visible. No visible flames. 1 adult male inside. No known weapons. Possible evidence. Yes, people are outside. No, we are not inside. Then Clara screamed. I dropped the phone but caught it by the cord of my earbuds, which weren't plugged in, but somehow tangled around my fingers. I turned. Ray burst out of the cellar bulkhead carrying a metal cash box under one arm. He was coughing hard, face streaked with soot, eyes red. In his other hand, he held a pry bar, not a huge one, maybe 18 inches, rusty at the curved end. Dennis tackled him. There was no elegance in it. Dennis didn't fly across the yard like someone 25 years younger. He lunged and hit Ray around the waist, bad knee collapsing as they went down together in the mud beside the hydrangeas. The cash box bounced free and slid toward the broken window. The pry bar landed near Clara's feet. The dog went wild, barking and circling, leash dragging over Dennis's legs. Ray punched Dennis in the side of the head. Once, twice. The sounds were dull and intimate. Clara grabbed the pry bar and flung it away into the weeds. Mrs. Voss went for the cash box. Ray saw her. He kicked Dennis off and scrambled toward her on hands and knees. His boot caught Dennis in the ribs, and Dennis made a breathless, choking sound that stopped me cold. Then I moved. I don't remember deciding. I just remember the porch steps under my feet and my ankle screaming as I came down too fast. I grabbed the first thing within reach, the green metal watering can, sitting by the bulkhead where Mrs. Voss must have left it after her morning ritual. It was empty. I swung it anyway. The can hit Ray's shoulder with a hollow metallic bong that would have been funny in any other universe. It didn't knock him out. It didn't even knock him down. It just surprised him enough that he turned toward me instead of Mrs. Voss. His face was close. Too close. "You stupid," Clara hit him from behind with both hands. Not a punch. A shove powered by fear and middle-aged fury. Ray stumbled forward. His foot slid on wet leaves. He went down hard on one knee. Mrs. Voss got the cash box. "Run," Clara shouted. But Mrs. Voss didn't run. She hugged the box to her chest and stood there, frozen, as if holding it had turned her into the 26-year-old sister who had hidden it, or the 84-year-old woman who had waited too long, or both. Ray rose. I swung the watering can again. He caught it this time and ripped it from my hands. The handle twisted my fingers back. Pain shot through my knuckles. He threw the can aside, and it clattered down the slope toward the cemetery, bouncing once off a headstone with a flat metal note. Dennis tried to get up and failed. Clara moved toward Mrs. Voss. Ray was faster. He grabbed the old woman by the front of her cardigan and yanked the cash box. Mrs. Voss held on. Her boots slid in the mud. For a second they were locked together, young strength against old desperation, Ray cursing, Mrs. Voss making that same small no sound. Then the back porch door opened behind us. Not a rescue. Worse, smoke rolled out of the kitchen. Ray must have left some interior door open when he ran. The draft from the porch fed the smoke, pulling it through the house toward us. A low orange flicker showed far inside, near the pantry doorway. Fire, real fire, small but present. My mind split cleanly then. One part of me was 12 years old again, watching my father scrape burned toast into the sink while my mother yelled because he had fallen asleep in front of the stove. One part was in Hartford, sprinting back to a candle that had not burned anything. One part was here, in Vermont, ankle ruined, hand throbbing, watching flame crawl under the lip of an old cabinet. I could leave. I couldn't leave. Water, I said. Clara looked at me. What? Water, hose, anything. Mrs. Voss gasped. Kitchen sink. Dennis coughed. Do not go in there. But he couldn't stand. Ray tore the cash box free. The force spun Mrs. Voss sideways. She hit the porch step with her hip and cried out. Not loud, worse than loud. A thin, stunned sound that made Clara drop beside her. Ray took 2 steps toward the cemetery and the driveway beyond. Then the dog's leash caught around his ankle. It had looped under the old clothesline post near the hydrangeas, and then around his boot. He jerked forward, lost balance, and fell shoulder first into the muddy slope. The cash box flew from his hands and skidded beneath the porch steps. For 1 second, nobody moved. Then everyone did. Ray clawed at the leash. Clara dragged Mrs. Voss away from the steps. I dove for the cash box. My ankle folded under me, and I went down flat in the mud. My chin hit the ground. Teeth clicked. For a blank second, all I could taste was dirt and copper. Then my fingers found cold metal under the porch. The box was heavier than it looked. I pulled it against my chest. Ray saw me. His eyes went empty with focus. He freed his ankle and came at me. There are moments when fear becomes too large to feel. It turns into instructions. Hold the box. Move left. Don't let him get both hands on it. I crawled backward. My bad ankle dragged uselessly. Ray grabbed the box handle. I held the opposite corner. He pulled. My fingers slipped. I screamed then, not from fear, but from the skin tearing on my palm where the metal edge cut deep. Dennis appeared behind him. Not standing. Half crawling, half lunging from the mud, he wrapped both arms around Ray's legs. Ray kicked. Dennis held on. Clara, I shouted. She left Mrs. Voss just long enough to slam the porch gate closed between Ray and me. It was a waist-high wooden thing, decorative more than useful, but the latch caught. Ray hit it with his shoulder and cracked one hinge. I staggered backward with the box. Smoke rolled thicker from the open kitchen door. The alarm screamed now, no longer a thin chirp, but a full, desperate wail. The dog barked. Mrs. Voss sobbed. Ray rammed the gate again. Clara grabbed my arm. We have to move. The fire, we are not firefighters. But the flame inside had reached the curtain by the pantry doorway. I saw it catch. A bright orange tongue racing up cheap fabric. No time. I shoved the cash box into Clara's hands. Take it to the cemetery. Film it. Don't open it. Mara, go. I limped into the kitchen. It was stupid. It was necessary. Both can be true. The smoke hit low in my throat first. Hot plastic, old grease, scorched paint. I ducked without thinking, because every fire safety poster I had ever seen rose up from some dusty school hallway in my brain. Stay low. Don't breathe if you can help it. Kitchen sink on the left. I could see it. 5 steps. 6. The floor was slick. My ankle barely held. The faucet squealed when I turned it. Nothing. For one long second, no water came out. The house groaned. Rain tapped the windows. Behind me, Ray shouted, and wood cracked. Then the faucet coughed brown and spat water into the sink. I grabbed a dish towel from the counter, soaked it, and threw it at the burning curtain. It slapped wetly against the flame. Steam burst up. The fire dimmed but didn't die. I found a saucepan in the sink, filled it, threw water. Again. Again. The curtain collapsed from the rod in a wet, smoking heap. Flames still licked along the baseboard near the pantry, small but traveling. I coughed hard enough that black spots jumped at the edge of my vision. "Mara," Clara shouted from outside. I backed toward the door, then saw what Ray had been doing. The pantry floor was torn open. One pine board had been pried up beside an old cast iron stove, leaving a dark rectangle beneath. Around it lay scraps of paper, old cloth, and one scorched envelope, not yet fully burned. My brain registered details the way it always did under stress. Blue string, brittle paper, handwriting. A water-stained photograph of 3 men standing beside a garage bay. I grabbed the envelope. A hand clamped around my ankle. I went down hard. Ray had come through the porch gate. He was half inside the kitchen, one arm reaching through smoke, fingers locked around my injured ankle. Pain exploded up my leg. I kicked with the other foot and caught him in the face. He shouted and tightened his grip. "Give me the box," he rasped. "I don't have it." He dragged me 2 inches toward him. My nails scraped the old linoleum. The smoke alarm screamed above us. Then Mrs. Voss appeared behind Ray with the brass key in her hand. She had taken it from Dennis's pocket, or the mud, or God knew where. She drove it down into Ray's forearm. Not deep, not cinematic, just hard enough. Ray screamed and let go. Mrs. Voss stared at what she had done as if her own hand belonged to someone else. I scrambled backward, coughing, envelope crushed in my fist. Clara grabbed me under the arms from the porch and hauled. My bad ankle bumped the threshold and sent a white flash through my vision. Together, we spilled out into the rain. Behind us, Ray stumbled out after us, clutching his arm. Then, the first police cruiser turned into the cemetery drive. No siren at first, just tires on wet gravel and blue lights smearing across the rain. Ray saw it. For a second, I thought he would run. Instead, he reached for Clara, for the cash box. Clara lifted it and threw it over the broken stone wall into the cemetery. It landed in wet grass 10 feet from the exposed grave. Ray went after it. He made it 3 steps before Dennis, still on one knee, grabbed the dragging dog leash and pulled hard. The dog yelped, Ray's feet tangled again, and he fell face first into the mud at the edge of the cemetery. The cruiser doors opened. On the ground, an officer shouted. Ray tried to rise. The second officer drew a taser. "Do not move." Ray moved anyway. The taser cracked. He dropped. Not gracefully. Not cleanly. He hit the wet grass and curled around himself, gasping, while the dog bolted to the end of its leash and barked at everyone equally. Everything after that came in pieces. An officer cuffing Ray with one knee in the mud. Clara sitting down suddenly beside the stone wall, cash box in her lap, shaking so hard the metal rattled. Dennis coughing blood into his hand and saying, "It's just my lip," when it clearly wasn't just his lip. Mrs. Voss on the ground near the porch, one leg bent wrong under her, staring at the open kitchen door where smoke still rolled out. Me pressing the scorched envelope under my soaked sweater, because I was afraid someone would take it, or the rain would eat it, or Ray would somehow still win. The fire department arrived 6 minutes later. By then, the kitchen fire was small enough for an extinguisher, which did not make me a hero. It made me lucky and stupid and sick from smoke. A firefighter in yellow gear guided me away from the porch with a hand between my shoulders, while another went inside with a thermal camera. Someone gave Mrs. Voss oxygen. Someone cut the leash off the dog and looped a rope around its collar. Someone shouted for an evidence bag near the cemetery. The rain kept falling. It washed mud down the slope and around the little exposed bone. But the officers had taped off the area now, and the cash box sat in the back of a cruiser, and Ray Wilmot sat cuffed in the wet grass with blood from his nose mixing with rainwater on his upper lip. He looked at Mrs. Voss once, only once. She looked back at him through the clear plastic oxygen mask. No triumph, no relief, just exhaustion so old it seemed to have hollowed her out. An officer asked me what happened. I tried to answer. My throat rasped. My ankle throbbed. My cut palm had started to bleed again, dripping pink water from my fingertips onto the grass. Across the yard, the smoke alarm finally stopped. The sudden quiet did not feel peaceful. It felt like something had been unplugged. Clara stood beside me, one arm wrapped around her ribs, and said, "We should have stayed inside." I looked at the cemetery, at the grave that wasn't a grave, at the black trash bag corner shining in the mud, at the old woman who had spent every morning watering dirt so the dead could keep accusing the living. "No," I said, though my voice barely worked. I wasn't sure if I meant it. The ambulance took Mrs. Voss first. That made sense. She was 84, soaked through, gray around the lips, and when the EMTs tried to help her stand, she made a noise through her teeth that convinced everyone at once she wasn't going to walk it off. Her hip wasn't broken, they said at the scene, but only in the way people say things before X-rays, careful and temporary. Her wrist had swollen by then too, one thin hand ballooning under the skin where she'd hit the porch step. She kept asking where the box was, not how badly the house had burned, not whether Ray was gone. The box. A young EMT named Jess, 27, female, with rain shining on her dark braid, crouched beside her and said, "Ma'am, the police have it secured." Mrs. Voss turned her head toward me. Not Clara, not Dennis, me. Did they put the envelope with it? I was sitting on the back bumper of a second ambulance with a wool blanket around my shoulders, coughing into a paper mask that tasted like plastic. My left shoe was off. My sock was black with mud and blood where my ankle had swollen over the edge of it. My cut palm had been wrapped in gauze, too tight at first, then loosened after I said my fingers were tingling. The envelope lay in a brown evidence bag on the hood of the police cruiser, sealed and labeled. "Yes," I rasped. "They bagged it." Mrs. Voss closed her eyes. Only then did she let them load her. Clara went next, though she argued about it for longer. Clara Polk could be bleeding from the forehead, and still insist she was mostly administrative. She had bruised ribs from where Ray shoved her into the porch rail, a scraped knee, and a tremor in her hands she kept hiding by crossing her arms. When one of the EMTs told her she needed to be checked for smoke exposure too, she said. I work in a library. I inhale worse things from the genealogy room. Nobody laughed. That was when she stopped joking. Dennis refused the ambulance until a firefighter told him he could either get looked at voluntarily or explain to the officer why he was vomiting behind a maple tree after taking 2 punches to the head. He had a split lip, a cracked rib, and a concussion he kept trying to negotiate down to a hard morning. By the time they convinced him to sit, his eyes had trouble staying on one thing at a time. Ray Wilmot left in the back of a cruiser, not an ambulance, though a paramedic checked the taser marks and the puncture in his forearm where Mrs. Voss had stabbed him with the brass key. He didn't look like a man from a nightmare then. He looked wet, furious, and small, with mud in his beard and 1 shoe missing. His dog had been taken by an animal control officer from the town, a quiet man named Paul Sutter, 54 male, who spoke to the dog more gently than anyone had spoken all morning. Ray said nothing as they put him in the car. Not to Dennis, not to Mrs. Voss, not to me. The police asked questions in the rain until the fire department captain finally snapped. Can we maybe move the injured civilians out of the weather? So they moved us to the front room of my building, where Clara's abandoned padded envelope still sat on the table by the mailboxes, damp on one corner from the door being opened and closed. Someone had tracked cemetery mud across the entry tile. The radiator clanked upstairs, as if the whole old house had decided to continue being itself, no matter how much the world had shifted around it. Officer Ann Leary, 42, female, took my statement first. She had short blonde hair tucked under a wet cap, a calm voice, and the exhausted courtesy of someone who had already heard enough bad explanations in her life to stop acting surprised. She recorded me on a small device and let me start over when I lost the sequence. I told her about the watering can, about the grave-like patch, about the bone, about the black trash bag, about Ray arriving with the tarp, stealing the key, coming back, breaking into the house, the smoke alarm, the cash box, the envelope, the fire. When I got to the part where I went into the kitchen, Officer Leary looked up. You entered the house after seeing smoke. I know. That was extremely dangerous. I know. She waited, pen still. I almost said something neat. Something about evidence. Something about Mrs. Voss. Something that would make it sound less like fear had grabbed the wheel. Instead, I said, I thought if I didn't, everything would burn. Officer Leary wrote that down, not as judgment, just fact. That was somehow worse. The next 48 hours came apart in fluorescent pieces. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, a chest X-ray, a nurse washing mud from the cut in my palm with saline while I stared at a wall-mounted poster about fall prevention and tried not to cry from how much it stung. A doctor telling me my ankle was badly sprained, but not broken, as though my ligaments had made a considerate decision. Smoke irritation, no severe inhalation injury. Keep the wound clean. Crutches for a few days. Return if breathing worsens. Clara sat in the next curtained bay, texting someone named Marion Library Desk that she would not be in for her shift, and then immediately apologizing to the nurse for being on her phone. Dennis was somewhere down the hall getting imaging. Every so often, I heard his voice saying, "I'm fine," and a medical professional saying, "You are not." Mrs. Voss was admitted overnight, not for the hip, which was bruised, or the wrist, which was fractured, but because her oxygen levels kept dipping, and because nobody liked the way she stared at the ceiling. That was what Clara told me later. "She looks like a woman who's been carrying a full bucket for 40 years, Clara said, sitting beside me in the waiting area with a paper cup of vending machine coffee between her hands. And someone finally took it, but her arms haven't figured out they can come down." I didn't answer. I was watching the automatic doors open and close. Each time they parted, cold air moved over my ankles. 2 days after that, a detective came to my apartment. Detective Owen Bradley, 50, male, had a tired face, a navy coat too thin for the weather, and a notebook he used only after he had let people speak for a while. He sat at my kitchen table beneath the window, facing the cemetery. The blinds were up. I had meant to lower them before he arrived, then decided that felt childish, then spent the whole conversation aware of the grave beyond the glass. He told me what he could. Not everything. Ongoing investigation, evidence processing, next of kin, old cases, county involvement, state police, medical examiner. The words were official and heavy. The cash box had survived. Inside were brittle receipts from Voss Auto Service, old Polaroids, handwritten notes, and 3 envelopes of photocopied registration slips. Rose Voss had written names beside dates. Some were men who had died years ago. One was Ray Wilmot's father, a former part-time mechanic at the garage. Another was Dennis Harlan's father, who had owned 2 rental properties near the cemetery, and according to Detective Bradley, had provided storage access to the old garage lot. That phrase lodged in my mind. Provided storage access. People could make a door sound clean if they wanted to. The scorched envelope I had grabbed contained a photograph and half a letter, addressed to a reporter at the Brattleboro Reformer in 1983. Rose had written that girls were being driven from the bars near the Connecticut River in cars brought to her father's garage afterward. She believed at least one had been killed. She wrote that if anything happened to her, Evelyn knew where to look. Except Evelyn hadn't known. Not exactly. She knew about the box, Detective Bradley said, but not enough to open it without destroying the floor, apparently. Her sister hid it too well. She watered the grave because of the ground sinking, I said. Yes, and the remains. His expression shifted into the careful blankness people use around the dead. The medical examiner has not made an identification yet. We found partial skeletal remains in and around the disturbed soil, along with material from the bag. The site appears to have been disturbed multiple times, possibly over many years. Parts of her, I said. He didn't correct me. Through the window, the cemetery was wrapped in yellow tape now. Not the whole cemetery, just the area around the unmarked patch. But from my apartment, the tape looked like a warning wrapped around the entire hill. What about Ray? I asked. He's being charged with burglary, assault, evidence tampering, arson-related counts depending on the fire marshal's report, and obstruction. More may follow. Did he say who sent him? Detective Bradley looked down at his notebook. That was an answer before he gave one. He claims no one sent him, says he heard Mrs. Voss was losing it and thought there might be valuables hidden in the house. That's ridiculous. Yes, but proving motive is different from knowing motive. After he left, I checked the door 3 times. Then I sat on the floor and made myself not get up for a 4th. The town did what towns do when something old and awful surfaces under ordinary grass. It became news. Then it became memory before it was finished. For a week, vans from local stations parked near Western Avenue. Reporters stood by the cemetery entrance in rain jackets, talking into cameras with respectful faces. They said possible remains, decades-old missing person case, new evidence, local woman injured. They used Mrs. Voss's name, then Rose's. They used a high school yearbook photo of Rose Voss, 26, female, with feathered brown hair and a wary half-smile, looking off to the side as if someone had called her name. People left flowers at the cemetery tape. Most left them at the wrong grave. Clara hated that. She didn't even like carnations, she said, though she had no way of knowing. Mrs. Voss came home after 3 nights. Her kitchen smelled like extinguisher foam, wet ash, and opened walls. The pantry was ruined. A restoration company stapled plastic sheeting over the back doorway, and fans hummed in the house for days. Mrs. Voss stayed mostly in her front parlor, sleeping in a rented recliner, because stairs hurt her hip and wrist. Clara brought soup. Dennis, moving stiffly and quietly, fixed the broken side gate without being asked. I brought nothing at first. I didn't know what to bring a woman whose sister had been returned in pieces, so I brought clean towels. Mrs. Voss accepted them like they were documents. "Thank you," she said. Her wrist was in a cast. Purple bruising had spread along one side of her face, not from Ray, but from the fall. Up close, she looked both older and lighter, as if some terrible internal pressure had changed. "I'm sorry," I said. She looked at me. "For what?" "I don't know." That almost made her smile. She pointed with her cast toward the window. "You still check your locks." I stiffened. Then I realized Clara must have told her, or maybe everyone had noticed. "Yes," I said. "Good. It doesn't feel good." "It is, but it means you believe doors matter." She looked toward the back of the house, where plastic sheeting clicked softly in the draft. Some of us learned that too late. There was no comfort in that, but there was permission, maybe. A week later, the cemetery crew filled the patch again after investigators finished excavating. They did it gently, not like landscaping, like closing a wound that was going to scar ugly no matter what. A temporary marker went up, not a name, not yet. Just a metal stake with a case number sealed in plastic. Mrs. Voss watched from her porch in a wool coat. She did not go down. I stood at my upstairs window, half hidden by the blind, and watched her watching. By then, parts of the story had been confirmed. Not all. Never all. The remains from the unmarked patch were human. Some belonged to a woman. DNA comparison with an old hairbrush Mrs. Voss had kept in a hat box suggested a familial match. but the final report would take time. The black trash bag had held clothing fragments, bone, and rusted wire. Cash box linked Rose's notes to several men, most dead, one in assisted living, one in Florida, and Ray's father, who had died in 2011. The photograph showed 3 men at Voss Auto Service, one of them Dennis's father, standing beside a dark sedan with its trunk open. Dennis told me that himself. He came upstairs one evening to replace my radiator valve properly, though it had stopped clanking after the first repair. He looked worse than he sounded. Yellow, bruising under one eye. Movements careful around the ribs. He worked in silence for 10 minutes, then said, "My father was not a good man. I didn't say anything. He was charming. People forget those can be the same thing." The radiator hissed. Dennis tightened the valve. "I don't know what he did," he said. "Not all of it. But I know he knew something. When I was a kid, he told me never to play by the Voss place. Said the old woman was cracked. I believed him because kids believe the person driving the car." He wiped his hands on a rag. "I should have asked more when I got older. Maybe you weren't ready to hear the answer. That's kind of you. It wasn't meant to be." He nodded, accepting the hit. Then he said, "They found old keys in my father's tool chest. One fits Evelyn's cellar bulkhead. That stayed in the room after he left. The ordinary came back in pieces too. My ankle improved from impossible to annoying." Clara returned to the library and texted me a photo of a genealogy patron asleep over microfilm with the caption, "The dead continue to be demanding." Dennis repaired the back door so it no longer cracked open like a gunshot. The cemetery tape came down, except for a smaller square around the temporary marker. The reporters left. The freight train still groaned near the river at night. The radiators still ticked. I worked again. I washed mugs. I bought a new toaster and plugged it in, then unplugged it, then stood there with the cord in my hand and laughed because getting better, apparently, did not mean becoming someone else. One morning, 2 weeks after Mrs. Voss came home, I woke before sunrise to the sound of water. For a moment, I didn't move. My room was gray. The floorboards were cold. A crow clicked somewhere on the roofline. Outside, water struck dirt in a soft, steady rhythm. I went to the window. Mrs. Voss stood in the cemetery with her cast tucked against her chest and the green metal watering can in her good hand. Clara stood beside her holding an umbrella over both of them, though the rain had stopped hours before. The can was lighter now, repaired badly where it had dented against Ray's shoulder, the metal puckered and uneven. Mrs. Voss tipped it over the temporary marker, not the sunken patch anymore, the marker. Water darkened the fresh soil. Clara said something I couldn't hear. Mrs. Voss answered, and Clara laughed once, softly enough that I only saw her shoulders move. It should have felt like closure. It didn't. It felt like a routine changing shape, but not disappearing. Then Mrs. Voss turned her head and looked up at my window. This time I didn't drop the blind. I raised one hand. After a moment, she raised hers. The watering can hung from her fingers, dripping onto the grass. Later that day, I found something in my mailbox. No stamp. No envelope. Just a folded photocopy tucked behind a grocery flyer. I thought it was from the police at first, or Clara, some follow-up form or local notice. It was a copy of the old photograph from Rose's scorched envelope. 3 men beside the garage. Dark sedan. Trunk open. Ray's father, according to the news. Dennis's father, according to Dennis. The third man had been partly obscured in the version I'd glimpsed through smoke, his face blurred by heat damage and old focus. In the photocopy, someone had circled him in blue pen. Under the circle, in careful block letters, someone had written, "Ask who owned the van before Ray." There was no signature. I stood in the entryway holding the paper while the building hummed around me. Clara's radio murmured downstairs. Dennis coughed somewhere below. A car passed on wet pavement outside. Ordinary sounds. Safe sounds, mostly. I checked the mailbox slot. Empty. I checked the front door. Locked. Then I checked it again. Not because I thought the dead were trying to get in. Because somebody living had left that note. And they knew which mailbox was mine. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.